Hello everyone and welcome back to Fight Night Legends EU, brought to you by Wisdom and Giant Slayer. My name is Scarzig, joined by ImpetuousPanda. It is a new year, new broadcast, new traditions, and a new format, which we're going to get into just shortly. Really happy to be here.
But unfortunately for the viewers, same casters. We have not changed. We're exactly the same. So there's no new stuff going on there. But everywhere else, like you mentioned, Scarzig, it's completely across the board. New channel as well. If this is the first time you're visiting this channel, make sure to follow it right now so you have that update available every other time, every other Friday, and every other Monday. Another thing to mention as well is that now the Americas tournament, instead of being held right after the EU tournament, at midnight time, instead it will be held at 6 p.m. Eastern time and just normal midnight time on Monday. So now you have Runeterra action on 2 different days of the week.
Nice. That's honestly really nice to see. I know that some people like to do the marathoning, compare the two regions, but now we get to break it up a little bit and collect that data a little bit more in a staggered fashion. But let's go over the new format for Fight Night. This is going to be a double elimination bracket with 8 invited players. That hasn't changed. All matches are still best of 3, but now players get to bring 3 decks with no duplicate region combinations and no champion overlap, and then the players get to ban one of their opponent's decks. And then to win that match, the player must win with their 2 remaining unbanned decks. The grand finalist from the lower bracket wins, a bracket reset will occur, and the finalists will play one more best of 3 match, the classic bracket reset, which we have unfortunately been really missing. But we do still have our classic Giant Slayer Fight Night $200 prize pool for the top 4, with our top 2 participants being invited back for the next event.
Yeah, I'm very excited for this new format, and especially more decks being brought essentially means more net decking that viewers can do, and just more options to choose from with players bringing 3 different decks. But let's check out the players now. For today, we have Gamebreaker, of course, on just a crazy historic run to start off this year. Still here and still trying to do his best to win it. Although this time he has a bit of a debuff, as I chose one of his decks he had to bring. Some of you that watched last week's interview will remember that. We have Pepsi-Cola, the Portuguese first ever Masters Europe champion, alongside Manitas and Cyber Dragon, coming back into the fight for this tournament. We have Spike, someone else also coming back from the UK, and we haven't seen him in a little while as well. Teal'cos from France, from PCS, one of the big teams in Runeterra with so many great French players. Ahuizotl and Extasio, Spanish bias. Finally, we got one back here because yesterday or last week there was too many Germans. 4 Germans is far too many and no Spanish players. But now we fixed that a little bit. And then we have Thomas and Ashirogi, 2 players that are definitely doing great right now. Ashirogi especially on ladder, and Thomas, one of the Czech trio, alongside Pokerback and Badge Attack, who is definitely going to try and fight for this tournament today.
Yeah, the players that we've got for today's event, very good balance, right? Very nice mixture. Some returning players and just some old heavy hitters coming back to put on a good show for us today. But for the first game, we do have Extasio and Ahuizotl slated for the first game. You already mentioned that Ahuizotl from France coming up, a player I actually don't know too much about, Panda, but France has quietly been a very strong region. We know from like Oe, for example, and Sir Donald, right?
And he's someone that right now is currently dominating on the EU ladder, but and I don't say dominating lightly. He had last time I checked, he had a 500 LP gap between him and second place. So just absolutely insanity, something I haven't seen maybe since Ultraman, back when the LP was kind of broken, where you would get to 8,000 LP in a season, and he had a 3,000 LP gap with second place. So definitely a very dominating run for him in the past 2 weeks on ladder. And he's someone that's been in seasonals. His name has been in Fight Night before as well, but definitely with how stacked France is, maybe you remember other names before his, like Elix and Oe, etc. But he's definitely been one of the top 10 French players in Runeterra by far the last 2 years.
And then we've got Extasio from Spain. You got your Spanish bias, got that buff going. I love that the favorite deck is just listed as Targon's Peak. This just really speaks to the type of player that he is. And, Targon's Peak is also the sort of deck, just like Extasio, is the kind of player that you kind of aren't, always aware of how good that deck is, and then it comes out and surprises you.
I still think it's not very good. Except for when this man is piloting it, because he has won multiple tournaments. He's made this look like a tier 1 deck for over 2 or 3 months now. He played it in the Spanish national finals in December. He got second place at Darlian, but it still had a fantastic run with it, and he's won online tournaments with it. Overall, I think this is the one example of everyone kind of doubting everything they know about Runeterra when they see this guy posting his tournament results, because it doesn't make sense in theory, because you don't think this deck is as strong as it is, but he is consistently performing with it at a very high level.
Yeah, I've really got a healthy respect for Targon's Peak, honestly. It seems like such a meme, but it always performs consistently in the right hands, and I'm really excited to see if it's going to draw a lot of bans today, now with the new format. But the decks that we did want to compare from both players' lineups today is actually going to be Lurk. Lurk has been a very prominent deck lately. This is always a list that kind of goes under the radar, quietly puts up some very strong win rates, has a reputation for kind of just spiking in usage to punish certain lists, you know, like having that fearsome angle with the hatchling to punish Bandle City, for example, things like Bandle Tree, but just across the board, Lurk has been doing quite well. This that you're seeing on the screen now is Awi's version.
Seems to be pretty standard. I haven't played Lurk personally, but from what I've played against it, you know, it seems to have all the usual players. Maybe the you know, 2 ofs or 3 ofs might differ from list to list, but overall nothing seems to me that's too surprising. Maybe Ruthless Predator is one of the cards that might be a bit more of a, you know, it might be interchanged sometimes with a few other different spells, but overall seems to me like the pretty usual Lurk. A deck that's very interesting because we have now the data to back it up that on, you know, attacking on turn 1 and attacking on turn 2, the difference in win rate is close to 10%. So both of these players are going to definitely hope to get attack token on turn 1 and obviously not miss the Lurk as well. But this is the first version from Untitled, and that's the version we'll be seeing from him. And now we're going to compare it to the second version, which I saw one card disappear in the spells there.
The Ruthless Predator gets swapped out for that third copy of Jawfish. This version, as you mentioned, Panda, is pretty standard, I think, now. Lurk, because it is such a it's one of those decks that, because of the function of the Lurk mechanic, it's kind of hard to get a clean read on win rates and piloting and you know, just are you just high rolling to victory, or is there a little bit more to it. But now this version has kind of been accepted as a bit more standard, where you're trying to run as few non-Lurk cards as possible, sort of like maximizing your allegiance odds. And we have seen some other builds as well that are cutting down on Chronomancers to open up those non-Lurk slots, opening up things like, again, the Ruthless Predator, Bone Skewer, Rite of Negation, for example. So both players are going to be, you know, again, just trying to hit that Lurk as consistently as possible. And we might get a good shot at seeing how the mulligans between both players change depending on if they're attacking on evens or odds. If the mirror match does become a little bit more prominent, I think that there will be, of course, a subset of players that, you know, despise the mirror and don't want to play it. But then there will be other players that are very confident in their ability to win through thick and thin.
Looks like we're going in right away. It's going to be some of the decks we haven't talked about yet from Extasio. He's bringing Lurk, he's bringing Targon's Peak, but he's also bringing Ahri Yasuo. And viewers might be asking, what is this tech? Unfortunately, I cannot answer that question. I don't think this is a thing just yet, but it might become one after this series. We're going to find out exactly what this deck looks like, you know, as we see it being played right now. And he is going to be playing against Pantheon Taric, I believe it is, from Ahuizotl.
Yeah, so Pantheon Taric was one of the premier builds of Pantheon when he was first added to the game. People love to just do the Golden Aegis triple rally nonsense and just kill you from seemingly any board state, and that quietly fell off. The Dragon package became a little bit more favored, but now with the way the meta has shifted, this sort of more rally heavy variant has really come back to the forefront. Extasio's version of Ahri here with Yasuo foregoes Kinko Wayfinder because you don't have the Kennen as that extra 1-drop to fish out. You just have perhaps just a stronger board controlling idea with Yasuo, right? And then you have things like Sign and Thousand Tailed that, as we've seen in the past, can just draw you tons and tons of cards and resources. We all know that the biggest failing of these Yasuo decks has always been the inability to consistently get Yasuo, and the extra card draw provided by this recall package could be what Yasuo's been looking for.
Yeah, I think it's just a more control-y version, utilizing a lot of the same very strong cards in Ionia that were added in the recent patch. Instead of going more tempo-heavy, more on the board with Kendon, it's a little bit higher mana, just a little bit more control-y overall. Even includes a copy of Singular Will, 10 mana spell, which is very, very expensive, of course. But Extasio is a player that I think loves to mix between competitive, but also brewing some interesting decks, adding some spicy cards added in to the decks as well.
Singular Will is very cool in that it's like Judgment, right? It's just that card that your opponent always has to account for in the late game. And if you have your opponent in this, really unfortunate scenario where they want to develop or need to develop and can't really afford to take that huge risk against Singular Will, then they might just have to attack you before doing so, and it makes it a lot easier to defend when your opponent isn't putting optimal stats on the board to pressure.
The barrier now on the Mountain Goat means that you can't really block into it. Gonna keep generating those gems little by little, but still none of the faded units are on the board just yet, so that isn't kind of snowballing out of control already, which I think is a good sign for Extasio as well. Yeah, overall the hand is a little bit awkward for Ahuizotl. A lot of spells, not that many unit synergies until Pantheon comes online later on.
And this was one of the reasons I think that this list started to fall out of favor. It was more like, just hard mulligan from Wounded White Flame. We all remember that era where White Flame was just kind of hard carrying the archetype on its own with just like Zenith Blade. But Extasio has a lot of options here as well. Going into this swing, there's the threat of Sharpsight, there's a threat of Hush.
Even more damage here for the Ahri, as long as nothing else connects here. It's going to be probably the Hush coming down with 4 mana still available. Trying to make use of this mana where you don't have that many units, you kind of have to be trying to find these reactive chances to use up your mana and not have to burn it. And that might be, I think, the pretty clear idea for a Hush here, which of course cannot be nopified, as it will be burst speed.
And there's only one copy of Hush in Ahuizotl's deck, so it means that, do you want to go all in on this play, force another card out of Extasio, another recall or something, to bail out on this play, or do you try to save this to shut down a combo turn later?
It's going to be the wrong option. It's going to be the option that feeds into the Noblify here, single combat, trying to kill off the droplet to stop the recall, to stop the swap from the Ahri. Instead, everything goes Extasio's way. Ooh. I think he definitely has to be happy with how things have turned out, especially now that maybe Yasuo can come down, you still have control of the board, and then you can start utilizing Yasuo as a value engine with his stuns and his damage.
Yeah, so we get to deny the gem on the Mountain Goat, save the Dancing Droplet, and draw a card, get that free kill. Just a really fantastic exchange for Extasio, and Ahuizotle needs to hit a very powerful card here pretty soon in order to bring this back. And with Pantheon now at 2 HP, this is a perfect target for Yasuo.
For some background information on the series itself, the bans did come through, and it was Ahui banning Lurk, so Extasio cannot be playing Lurk in this series, and the Ahri cannon was banned from Ahuizotl's lineup by Extasio.
Ooh, so Pantheon just manages to swing in there thanks to Barrier and the Overwhelm. So no, that maybe gives a good read that there's no recall, and Yasuo just going to go in.
The Hush now comes in finally onto the Ahri. This might just be an accept. It might be a recall here. We're going to see exactly what Extasio wants to do. He is pushing through some damage here, but obviously the effect of the recall and Dancing Droplet does not go through after this.
The hand is looking pretty light. We've got a lot of reactivity, but there is Sign in Thousand Tail to get some more options. So I don't know if Extasio even wants to put the mana down to save the Ahri at this point.
Might just be a Pokestick onto the Pantheon, force an answer from Ahuizotle if he wants to keep it alive. Or it could just be the recall. I think if you're expecting for there to be an answer in hand, maybe you don't want to commit to the Pokestick, it might just not go through, and you don't have the extra bit of damage. The Bastion could have definitely come on for the Pantheon, but instead it'll be a recall on the Ahri, and now still 6 mana available for Extasio.
It's actually really nice to be able to use the recall on offense like that to save your unit, because the Overwhelm on Pantheon means that you don't get that free block that recall sometimes results in a lot of matchups.
Homecoming comes through. We're going to have both the Event Horizon and the Homecoming as a way to stop this Pantheon from connecting. 7 mana means that both are available alongside Pokestick, which means that you're able to go through this Bastion, which is, I think, the biggest problem here that might have been for Extasio is going to be the Bastion.
So Spell Shield plus the Pantheon level up. We'll see what other keywords are gained alongside the Overwhelm. Got some lifesteal, beautiful from this position.
Unfortunately, it will not be connecting here. There's nothing that Azul can do about this with the stun coming through Event Horizon. There's a Pokestick, and very important that Extasio did not come into this Pokestick last turn just to try and kill the Pantheon. Instead, played it very safe. Understood what the lose condition was in this matchup. The Pantheon connecting with a ton of stats, ton of keywords, and not being able to stop it with the stuns you have because you can't stop a Spell Shield. So in this case, just a whole turn ahead. Extasio had planned out this whole interaction.
And are we not trying to go for anything cheeky there with like Pale Cascade, trying to get single combat? Just says, well, the Pantheon has elusive, it has lifesteal, I can chill here and just threaten lethal on another swing, right? The idea here is for Awizol to try to run Extasio out of resources, but I don't think that's something you can realistically do. You've got Deny coming down for the Golden Aegis, and Sign In Thousand Tailed still in hand to draw even more cards. Keep fueling this Yasuo.
We're going to have to see how Extasio plans to actually commit to winning this game, though. He has to still do damage to the opponent's Nexus. The board is looking pretty tough outside of the elusives, for example. The value game is definitely in Extasio's favor. We're going to have to see how he's able to just fully reset this Pantheon or deal with it and not just stall it out. Maybe just stalling it out is viable, possibly, with how little value there is currently in hand for Ahuizotl, but he has to find a way to end the game as well.
The value-oriented, Ahri deck in Go Hard does have that capability, but this one, foregoing Ginkgo Wayfinder, allows you to run more Bandle City. We have like the Otterpuss, we saw the Conchologist, getting more cards, getting more options into the deck, but again, having that win condition is going to be an issue. Scrap Heap being picked, seeing if we can get a big mech here.
And now Ahuizotl really depending on his top decks, on what he draws from that Pale Cascade. Overall, this is going to be a game where now Extasio has so much more value than him. He can really choke him out and just slowly be able to win the game through just a pure attrition, just pure value in plays. Not just this turn, not the next turn maybe, but just over time.
Yeah, there's already been 2 single combats used, so Homecoming here feels pretty guaranteed. Just bounce the Pantheon back to the hand. You're also getting another rep on the Conchologist, getting another option, another draw from Ionia and Bandle City. Very good pool of resources to use there.
And even more value. I mean, we're talking about it. Most of the cards in hand currently for Extasio are able to just draw more cards. We have Sign In, of course. We have Conchologist that generates a card, kind of replaces itself. And usually these lower, mana cards, mana spells that are able to really, interweave between the big mana plays like Sign In, for example.
And so, Pantheon just being replayed here. The attack stat is reset from Fated, but he gets to re-roll those keywords. And you can barely see there, in case you missed it, chat, that the Pantheon is elusive. So there is going to be at least one blocker for this wide board that's being set up.
That's the biggest thing, the elusive to go through, possibly the lifesteal from the Pantheon, maybe just a way to stun it. Even Concussive Palm is also a possibility.
Yeah, no Spell Shield, very important. Wait, no, it does have Spell Shield, pardon me. I didn't see under the barrier. So you got to be very, very careful to hover that Pantheon. Don't be afraid to click on him. Check out all the keywords.
That goes for you too, Badge Attack. I know you're watching in the chat.
Oh, man. Yeah, it's a rough day. It's happened to everybody. Where you're like, is that a Spell Shield? Is that elusive? You don't see the elusive underneath the Spell Shield effect. When something has Spell Shield and Barrier, and you use like a damaging spell on it, the Barrier takes the damage from the spell first.
Too many white and purple auras. I think we need some green auras, some yellow auras. Just mix in, just go and paint.
They're just gonna make a new keyword, radioactive.
Exactly. That's the way to do it.
But Tarek showing up very late to the party, unfortunately. We really wanted him to show up alongside perhaps that Golden Aegis. But now we've got a really wide swing coming in with the Ahri. This final swap with the Dancing Droplet, you see, will level her up, so then she'll swap all the way down the line. We've only got one elusive blocker with the Pantheon, but that's still a lot of damage being pushed. Aoi at 20 HP, however, can perhaps take this.
Yeah, I think the swing is more just try and continue bleeding out his little of resources and just trying to see, how much damage you can put in, and especially killing the Pantheon, because the lifesteal obviously will be a problem in terms of just being able to heal back up.
Sonic Wave, Resonating Strike being grabbed, though. It won't work because of Pantheon Spell Shield, right?
Mm-hmm.
Well, no. Challenger, pardon me.
Yeah,
it's not Grant Vulnerable. That's it's something I saw the other day, actually. But you can just pull it, sign in. And basically, Estacio was seeing, what do I want to bounce, in what order? But looks like everything is going to be swapped regardless. There is 2 copies of Concerted Strike in the deck that Estacio is maybe trying to play around here.
Yeah, the Puggastic comes through on the Taric. You're not going to kill the Pantheon, which is a problem because it does have tough.
And then draws another Pale Cascade off of that draw to buff the Pantheon. Also is faded here because they're last in line. Ahri won't swap. Very cheeky here. Quicken on Sign and Thousand Tailed to deny the lifesteal.
Just continue the value train, really, killing off most of the board here except for the Taric, thanks to the Cascade that did buff it up. So this is just the game plan here. Yeah, the Ahri would have swapped with the sign-in if not for the Pill Cascade. So it would have killed it anyway because of the level up. So never mind what I said earlier. But because of the Pill Cascade on both the Taric and the Pantheon, you're going to be using the Quicken here on the sign-in. Just continue that value train and continue trying to bleed out the opponent while still having ways to answer that Pantheon with the Concussive Palm possibly on the next attack token.
Yeah, at this point, I think this is a pretty classic example of what tends to happen versus the any of these Ahri archetypes, right? Because of the extra draw from Sign and Thousand Tailed and Dancing Droplet, they end up with this hand full of resources. And so not only are they very flexible in establishing threats, they also usually have a ton of reactivity to you trying to face them in turn. If Aoizotl gets, for example, that second copy of Golden Aegis off the top, goes for a Hail Mary rally turn, there's always a very high chance
there we have some information there as well now for Estacio. Even more, going to the control-y, game plan of having more value, all this. Now you also have information. You can plan ahead on what your opponent has in hand. You can even make the Guardian Touch go up to 4 mana, which at this point isn't really very relevant because, of course, there's so much mana to work with now for Aoizotl.
So here's the Guiding Touch. Drawing a card, get Sharp Sight. Going to let the Guiding Touch duplicate onto the Pantheon to draw another card. We do have double Concussive Palm going through to pop that Spell Shield and get the stun on Pantheon once again. He's been such a threat, a couple attacks in a row, but just struggling to get all the way through.
And this is the thing with, the amount of value you get in hand from all these draws. It's not just value in terms of, being able to play more cards for more turns. It's also just more options. Because you draw more cards, you have a higher, chance of having the exact cards you need for that exact moment, which have been throughout every single attack token turn now for Aoizotl a stun. Ever since the first attack the Pantheon connected on the Nexus, he hasn't done so again because there's just been an answer every single time.
And we've seen how this deck theoretically could struggle to pop Spell Shield without Kennen, right? Kennen's Mark of the Storm, being able to deal with Spell Shield, opening up the Concussive Palms and the Homecomping has always been very huge for the list, but just, again, moving off of Kinko Wayfinder and Kennen gives you the opportunity to dip deeper into Bandle City. And so now we just have, like, Pokestick, Conchologist to get more pings to deal with the Spell Shield regardless. So we have this great value package. And Estacio hasn't drawn another Yasuo either to, like, get onto the board and start just clearing, right? Where Yasuo basically is, like, leveled up Kennen.
And now we're at this point where there's really no interaction from Aoizotl aside from just buffs with his current spells in hand. And there's just, again, so many options for Estacio. Has double Twin Disciplines. He can boost up to 6 attack here on the Ahri and all the swaps she will be doing as well. And yeah, it's going to be, I think, an easy first boost here to 6 attack. Essentially killing now everything, the Taric, the Pantheon, and the Nexus as well. And that's going to be the surrender coming in. So perfect game plan and really just showcased what this deck is trying to achieve. different from Ari Cannon. It is going to be a bit more just tempo focused, just on the board. Also some control options, some value options, but not so many. In this case now, with Yasuo, who wasn't really on the spotlight for this game. It was just more the usual package from Ari Cannon. But the game plan is a bit more shifted towards a control game plan and just to try and slowly bleed out your opponent.
The decks that have traditionally tried to combat that archetype have tried to outvalue it or just aggro it down, right? Where we have the deck kind of being stretched to both extremes. And they realize now with Sign and Thousand Tailed, you can play that value game to very heavy success, mind you. Now, this Pantheon Taric is going to go back into it again, trying to get a better draw, trying to get a better setup, and go for the win. A deck of rallies, the way this deck can just threaten so many attacks all at once thanks to the Taric, will be a huge detriment potentially to Targon's Peak, which Astasio is bringing to the forefront here, his specialized deck. But maybe just a better curve overall, like something like Wounded White Flame, something that's going to scale up from the earlier parts of the game could be very helpful too.
Yeah, overall on paper, it looks like it's going to be a very bad matchup. In the data as well, looking at Aurelion Sol with Zoe, which I assume is counting for Targon's Peak as an archetype in the data subsets. Against Pantheon Taric is a 16% win rate, so pretty damn terrible. And I think you nailed on why that is, because the rally effects, you don't play for a board at all with this deck. You're just trying to survive and stabilize until you get Targon's Peak down, and then just get that lucky field of rush on turn 6, etc. But in this case, it might be too late even if your opponent is able to start up with a board with the faded mechanics, getting those stats higher and higher when there's no blockers whatsoever. You can sneak in so much damage with rally effects.
And the other angle as well is just like the Blighted Ravine, the Avalanche, doesn't line up against the stats of this list consistently at all. We saw Astasio even thinking about the Moonsilver, right, over the Crescent Strike, depending on how risky you want to play it. If you think, my opponent's just going to, open attack me with Sharp Sight duplication on the Taric, not go for Golden Aegis and open themselves up to this stun, is it worth to even take it?
If he had the Targon's Peak in hand, he probably would have gone for the Moonsilver, but because he didn't, I think it's just the option of, hey, what am I dying to here? It's going to be, rally effects, and the best bet against that will be a stun.
And so this is very interesting as well. By stunning now, when there's not like any threat of a rally, trying to cut off Taric from using like Pale Cascade or Guiding Touch, I think, to draw more cards and get that really devastating board set up.
There's a Blinded Mystic coming in, getting an actual good silence now on Faces of the Old Ones, stopping that ramp effect just a little bit longer, but already at 9 mana available here for Astasio.
Yep, so answering the Faces of the Old Ones has Hush for Zoe. You can see that Aoi knows what this matchup is going to come down to. It's going to just be getting these value traits early, setting up for this Golden Aegis. Now that the Crescent Strike has already been cashed in, there is no worry. You try to get this connect. There is 3 Sisters in hand, however. You've got to let it rock. You know what I mean? Like, this Taric is so threatening, and you have the second one in hand.
It's a consideration for maybe an Entomb. This is the turn you have to be thinking about rally effects now, especially with 4 mana still up, and an Entomb would really stop this. And I think, that might be the case. There's no real spell denial effects in the color combination that Ahuizotl is running. They're more kind of proactive with their own buffs and their own game plan. And it's going to be an Entomb that really stops the momentum of what could, be a very scary turn for Astasio here.
Yeah, big call out there against no Bastion. You have to take that risk when you're so far behind. But then a fresh Taric just is played.
And now you're going to have 2 Tarics.
But tough, still good. Yep, 2 Tarics will
in
come
a little
out.
while. Sounds like a bit of a nightmare scenario for Astasio, but really this is all about, turn by turn, just trying to survive, trying to make it to the point where you can play the field rush here. And I expect a Catalyst to come down this turn. But still, an awkward hand, a triple 8-drop, no Targon's Peak is definitely not what this deck is trying to go for.
So we do have enough mana for the Kindly Tavern Keeper and the Catalyst. Gonna go for the Star Chart though instead. Doesn't find the Crescent Strike. And
overall, I think we kind of, it's not really the game plan you're going for with this deck. You're missing a lot of the pieces. It's not like the best example of what this deck is trying to do. You are going to have to win with this deck if you're Extasio if you end up losing this matchup, which I think, just from the numbers and from what it's looking like right now, it might be the case. So this is a format where we have a ban. We have 3 decks now instead of 2, but you still have to win on your 2 remaining decks. So we will be seeing this deck again in the next game.
Look at this double dip. You get the rally, duplication on the Golden Aegis, and then you get to attack again and duplicate the Pale Cascade. You get an even bigger buff, and you get to draw 2 cards here.
And next turn it's going to be worse probably because there's going to be another Terra coming in to join in on the fun. 10 HP already in the Nexus 4. Extasio could go for Targon's Peak on this, or Feel the Rush rather on this turn with a Moonsilver, but I'm not sure if you're... I guess if there's not an open attack here, which is going to be the case, you are going to have a chance to pull through and get these huge blockers out. Moonsilver now coming in, I think it's something that it's not expected from Ahizotl. He doesn't think, hey, he's 1 turn off, but in this case, Feel the Rush comes in. Is it too little too late, though?
Feel the Rush going to put a 10-10 Aurelion Sol and a 10-10 Zoe in play. With Tarek already being leveled up, I mean, with Concerted Strike...
Ooh, goes for the Mountain Goat instead. I think you have so many different options here in hand, though, still for 4 mana. I was thinking Concerted Strike as well, but you're 1 point off.
Yeah, and you got to remember too is when Tarek attacks, it will grant I can't take damage or die. So this is just purely free pressure.
Well, the game plan here for Extasio is also just not dying. That's he's not really thinking about, I can trade up with these Tereks and take control of the game. It's really just, again, surviving turn by turn until you have enough resources to take over. And that might be coming up very soon. He is going to, blocking most of the damage here. Taking 5, killing off the Mountain Goat here as well. Has an elusive Zoe. There's going to be a Sharp Sight in hand for Ahizotl, though, for the next turn.
So blocks the Mountain Goat instead of that other Tarek. Wants to keep this Zoe a little bit healthy, it looks like. But now coming into the next turn, we're still going up to 9 mana, 1 turn off of the She Who Wanders. That Stairs is just going to be the 3 damage AoE, but Aurelion Sol does level up. They did buff him, right? So that he levels up when you have 20 power in play. So now we get a freebie. The Scourge! That's a good one.
Pretty good freebie to get. So all of a sudden, things might be turning around here for Extasio.
Scourge was buffed. Does give Overwhelm.
Scourge coming out for absolutely no mana here, and we're gonna have to see what we have to worry about from Ahizotl's hand. I think the main one is gonna be the Concerted Strike.
Yeah, there is just enough stats from the 2 Tereks to do this. I would have maybe liked to see if that Stairs played first, just to see. Actually kills the Aurelion Sol. Single combat to pop the Spell Shield, and then Concerted Strike to come through and finish him off.
And no response here from Extasio. What that is, most of the mana here used up by Ahizotl here. Going to be taking a huge hit here. Overwhelm onto the Mountain Goat. The Zoe is elusive. There's going to be a Sharp Step where she also has Overwhelm, though. It won't be lethal damage, but it will be a very big chunk coming through. 3 damage on the Nexus.
HP. You're at the very least getting rid of one of these Tereks, which is really important. The Concerted Strike is the final tool that Ahizotl has to, deal with these big stats. And now there's still so much mana left for that Stairs, probably just to get another big unit in play.
Could be super cool star chart. I think I would like to see that. I guess either way, it doesn't matter. You only have 2 plays here. It's going to be the super cool star chart. I'm going to go for it. It seems like a value getting that 3 spell mana for next turn over what could be generated from the super cool star chart. I think it's maybe a consideration, though.
But both plays do seem correct because, as you said already, Panda, that Extasio has been focused this entire game on not dying. So just going for the Catalyst now, when you have that free mana, it sets up so that you can use that Stairs plus Catalyst this round if need be. 1 Golden Aegis has already been used, so maybe you don't need to worry too much about getting a stun.
Could be the Serpent just to drag something out of the way to get some more overwhelm damage through, or just the Messenger for some extra draw. But She Who Wanders coming down for 10 mana, locking out Extasio out of any other really plays for this turn now. But The Obliterate effect going to be able to hit these Wounded White Flames. The gems can't react right now on the stack because of they are the the prep speed, the burst, not necessarily the fast speed reaction. So we will see what Ahuzotl can do about this here.
Going to completely wipe out this hand, right? It hits both White Flames and I think the Blinded Mystic here.
You're forced to Bastion, yeah, with the Faded.
Just to buff this up, because Taric, even though he's leveled up, even though he's got Overwhelm, you need another partner in play in order to make full effect of his full use of his ability. But there's just not enough power, right, in play to get through these stat lines anymore.
You're going to commit everything here, but it just won't be enough to go through. You can block with a 10-10 onto the Wounded White Flame. You can block with a Scourge here as well. You still are going to bank that the last card in hand isn't a Sharp Sight to stop the Zoe, even if everything here dies. And that will be it. That's when it comes in. Extasio continues to prove how dominant he is with Targon's Peak, even when he doesn't find the Targon's Peak, Scarzig. It doesn't really matter if you don't draw the most important card in your deck. If you're playing a matchup that has a 16% win rate against your opponent, it does not matter. As long as you are the real Sextasio, you're good to go.
Getting the Moon Silver for the Feel the Rush was so key, so well timed. You could see how much he focused on floating the proper amount of mana to set up that kind of play. And you know that that's, a player who's played the deck so long, that's something that he always has his eyes out for. Even using the Crescent Strike earlier, a different player would have waited and waited and waited for some other line, but just using it to hold off that early damage paid off in the long run.
Yeah, very interesting. We're going to be jumping into Game 3 between Thomas and Ashirogi. Ashirogi, of course, the German player. We saw him at Seasonals. And Thomas, I think everyone knows Thomas, one of the most powerful, strongest, best result Czech players in the past year. Always in the, Masters Europe tournaments with Czechia. In this case, we're jumping into what looks like a Draven Rumble deck. I'm going to assume from Thomas, so a very aggressive deck, versus the similar Pantheon Taric here from Ashirogi.
Has a Saga Seeker in play, however, which is really important. Having an early drop that does scale up gives you something that can block the Rider, holding off some of that damage, and just attacking. But we can see already that in the mid game, Ashirogi's already down to 8 Nexus health, and Thomas has 2 Decimates in hand.
Yeah, the classic aggro approach here of not blocking, just trying to go as wide as possible in the next swing, not giving the opponent any 2-for-1s, kind of reducing the amount of wideness you can get on your board on the next turn. You're going to expect to see another Flame Chompers coming down here where they get excited possibly. And just setting up, yeah, exactly that. Just setting up for the widest possible attack, dragging this Saga Seeker out of the way. And even if everything goes wrong, if there's like 7 Silent Combats to answer all these units, you still have double Decimate for next turn.
And that's typically, again, how this has gone down. The Demacia, like these Demacia and Targon mid-range decks, have come through as a way to kind of bully out, like Iceborne Poros, for example, just having a lot of challengers, a lot of combat tricks to keep that board under control. And now the pendulum swings the other way, where these very aggressive decks that have been trying to just burn down and aggro out Ari Kennen, also scooping up a lot of these decks on the side. So that's just the natural order of things, unfortunately. And now with 3 decks, 1 ban in the format change, the players are trying their best to fix these bad matchups, but they sometimes just can't be completely avoided.
And very interesting, the Boom Baboon was not played last turn despite the forward unit mana available. With the idea of maybe going wide this turn, you would think that, with Boom Baboon you would do it, but instead wanted to save that 1 spell mana to be able to double decimate this turn and pretty much guarantee the win here. And that will be the case. Not going to allow any in-unit, combat possibly healing by, with Sharp Sight, etc. to block the elusives as well. Instead, just opting to go for double decimate right away. Knowing there is going to be no answer.
Yeah, if you play the Decimate here, the only punish is like what? If Pantheon's already leveled up, he comes down with Lifesteal and a Strike effect, but I don't even know if Pantheon was close to leveling there.
You just don't attack, you just have both Decimates.
Yep.
You're gonna require 2 Guiding Touches in hand. I'm not sure what the exact deck looks like for Ashirogi, but it would require, a pretty, unusual hand, able to answer not just one decimate but 2 decimates and overheal over that damage was pretty unlikely. So that will be it. That will be Thomas taking it with one of the decks that I definitely love seeing. So happy to see him advance to the next round and possibly see him in the next series as well and get to cast over that. But that will be all the matches we have for this very first round. As you guys are seeing, with the new format, despite the 3 decks and all this might seem a lot more complicated, it's really just the same, except there's now a ban, and it's more similar to the traditional format used in all Riot tournaments.
But we'll take a quick look at the bracket to see how the other matches did go. Peps Cola actually sent Game Breaker to losers. That's going to be exciting, Panda.
This is all part of the storyline. I think Game Breaker felt so bad about not allowing the bracket resets the last few tournaments that he's gonna be the one that's gonna make sure to get that bracket reset and get this legendary losers bracket run. But we'll find out if that's gonna be the case. Definitely excited to see what Pepsi Cola and Teal Coast brought to the table and what their matchup might look like in the semifinals that we might, I think, cast next. But we'll go to a very short 3-minute break before then. Stay tuned, don't go anywhere, and we'll be right back with more Runeterra action.
Hello everyone and welcome back to Fight Night Legends EU. We just got done with the first round where we saw Extasio overcome a completely ridiculously unfavored matchup to somehow pull out a win, and our previous champion Game Breaker actually being sent to the lower bracket, so already setting up for a very spicy broadcast.
And that win for Extasio, it all makes sense now. I haven't been seeing his tournament performances, what his games look like, but if he has this kind of like main protagonist storyline, now it all makes sense where he's winning these unwinnable matchups, and this is why he's winning these tournaments and performing so well with Target Speak. And we'll see if he can continue this line of success in the rest of this tournament today.
But the line that we must follow, Panda, is going through the upper bracket. The next match we do have slated is going to be Pepsi-Cola, who again did send Gamebreaker to the lower bracket from Portugal. Very young player, very... I love this. I love this picture. He's like, he has that young, cocky air to him, but he's got the skill to back it up, right? He's just one of those players that is always innovating on the meta, plays very clean, doesn't mind playing these slower value-oriented decks, which has really caught on in EU, and now, you know, with the Shellfolk piles being taken out of the metagame, all of these value and slow decks have really blossomed.
And he's definitely not someone I would consider cocky. He might look cocky, but he is one of the most humble and nicest guys that I've met on the scene, especially after his win in the first match of Europe with Portugal. One of the most, you know, emotional and interesting interviews that I think was given for any time that I interviewed a player. Very just straightforward and honest answers about how he felt. So definitely someone that I love watching in the past here. Teal'c, someone we haven't seen too much of on the big stage, but it's a name that's been around, that's been on Twitter, you know, a deck builder as well, and also fairly young, 23 from France. Favorite deck, Nasus Thresh, still viable in this current meta. I know Mogwai has been playing a lot of it, but definitely not, you know, the force that it used to be back in the day.
Yeah, definitely not tier 1 defining the meta, not part of the crazy meta triangle that it used to be. But again, just a good swarmy mid-range deck, a big atrocity win condition. You know, there's only so far I think a deck with so many good ways to end the game can truly fall in terms of a meta tier list.
And we'll see now the deck that we're going to highlight here is one of your favorite Scarzig. I think every week you try and see, you know, what the version of Darkness looks like to see what has changed. I think, you know, you keep taking your notes and changing your deck that you're using on ladder maybe as well, depending on what you're seeing. But overall, I love the Hapless Aristocrat. I think this has been a tech that's kind of been pretty cemented in the past, you know, month or two. Has now become, I think, the golden standard for Darkness decks. We have the Mist Call, which can always be a little bit dangerous, but when you're able to pull it off, it's just a very, very strong effect. Bringing back a Veigar or a Senna, for example, or even an Ixtali is very strong. Or Kindler, kind of the same idea. The one copy of Ruination, the Vengeance, now that it's been buffed to only 6 mana, definitely going to be an appealing option. 2 copies included. Other than that, you know, pretty much just the usual suspects, I think.
And with the inclusion of Yordle Captain, also very interesting, because I remember the initial experimentation was back when like Yordle Explorer had come out. Players tried to make this into a more board-based deck, and Darkness has certainly gained a reputation for being surprisingly aggressive and board-based. Before, it was just a bonus, where people were like, oh, it's a control deck with lots of chump blockers. But now players are starting to find those lines in that tempo of being able to just develop wide boards and swing. Thanks to Mist's Call, getting an extra, you know, Dark Bulb Acolyte or Twisted Catalyzer in the early game could also just put you on a trajectory to victory. And Vengeance is just there to back you up if you don't get the Catalyzers and the Veigar to start stacking up the damage of the Darkness. So overall, looks like a pretty balanced list. Hidden Pathways after the nerf was already a card that was usually just a one of, so we don't see that here. And foregoing the Mini-Morph, I think is a fine change, honestly. Mini-Morph was kind of the way this deck would bully Scion, and now with Scion basically also non-existent, you don't really need it as much, and just doubling down on the stress defense does a very similar job. Keeps you from dying to a lot of these big keyword piles, as long as you have the Pokestick or the Vile Feast, for example, to pop that spell shield.
Now there is going to be a Lee Sin in this series. It is going to be from Pepsi-Cola though, so the fact that Mini-Morph is not in this Darkness list, you know, doesn't matter too much. You're not going to be playing against yourself for the most part, but it will be Darkness, Lee Sin, and Ari Kennen will be the lineup for Pepsi-Cola, with, I imagine, Ari Kennen taking up the ban in this series. So both Lee Sin and Darkness pretty guaranteed to go through, I think, with Ari Kennen being by far the deck that's going to have the best matchups against the rest of the lineup for Ashirogi.
Yeah, this is an interesting idea for Pepsi-Cola's build, because your opponent really wants to ban the Ari Kennen. It's been such a dominant deck across so many different matchups, and as the meta has shifted and shifted and shifted to favor different decks over the last few weeks, Ari Kennen has remained that constant at the top of the metagame. However, if your opponent does not have a deck that beats Lee Sin, you're really going to be at that deck's mercy. So they might sort of be forced to ban the Lee Sin and you know, take their chances versus the Ari Kennen. Maybe they don't have Kinko Wayfinder on 4. Maybe I get all the pings in the world to deal with the droplet and starve them of resources. And who knows if the players want to take that chance.
The Lee Sin is going to have a very, bad matchup against Ari Kennen from Ashirogi side, but obviously I think that's going to be also the ban of the other way around. I think Ari Kennen for the most part is going to be getting a lot of bans today. I think it's very clear. And I think the format itself almost seems like, us here at Giant Slayer, we're trying to say, hey, Ari Kennen is so strong, we have to change the format of the tournament to adjust for this, because it does fit perfectly with, trying to fix the idea of every player bringing Ari Kennen. You can do that by just bringing in a ban, and instead that deck will be, as with most Riot tournaments, seasonals, etc., just taking up that ban instead, which I think will be the case in this series. Both players probably banning off the Ari Kennen. And we're going to see here what will be the option. It's going to be, Ari Kennen banned from Pepsi-Cola's side. He commits to that, and we'll see what the option will be on the side of Ashirogi. But I expect it to be, or from Teal Coach rather, to be the same.
And notably, this is the Absolver version. Doesn't have that staying power and additional flexibility of the top end as the Go Hard version, but still same core package and very, very aggressive, can kind of steal games away from you. And it is important to note, I do want to say for the viewers, that the original Fight Night format was sort of invented before the 3 decks 1 ban actually became standard for the competitive scene. So a little bit of history there. We're just kind of now keeping up with the the way the rest of the competitive scene has been shaped on the foundation, I think, of
and surprise, there it is. Ari Kennen banned on either side, which means that Akshan Sivir and Pantheon Shyvana will be available for Teal Coast, and it will be Darkness and Lee Sin, as mentioned, for Pepsi-Cola. I think this is a fantastic way of seeing just the full lineups for each player in the bans as well. So I think we definitely will be going to this screen before the match starts on every single series from now on, just for the viewers to have the full idea of what the lineups and the bans look like.
And you can see there wasn't any snap bans. The players were still thinking can I try to get the matchup? What is my percentages here? Where am I favored? But you realize that you just want to get this powerhouse out of the way. And of course, it opens up that angle where you bring a deck that you basically want your opponent to ban guaranteed, and then play the other 2 decks that you want to play.
Look at the matchup table. It's going to be a 40-60 for Darkness against Akshan Sivir. So Akshan Sivir, in theory, considered the deck that's going to have the advantage, at least looking at ladder stats, from Master's ladder and just the higher rank ladder overall. Doesn't always mean this is a guarantee. Obviously, tournament deck lists have different tech choices, different pilots. Of course, that's one of the key things, I think. But just as a guideline for viewers to understand what this matchup might look like in theory.
I feel that win percentage probably just comes through in the fact that, you get so many value trades like this. A lot of the spells that Darkness uses to set up good trades and good board clears for itself are things, like the Vile Feast, and they just are covered by Sharp Sight, and you just get beat down. And then Darkness is really inefficient versus the spell shields of Sivir, and eventually you just get beat down into a rally. And I love just the pass here. Sivir Akshan wants to float that spell mana, but Pepsi-Cola also going to try to play this in a much more controlling idea. Not just trying to develop onto the board. If it's just Akshan in play, I don't need to overextend.
Especially with the hand he has. He has a hand that's very skewed towards the late game, has double Extali, has all his champions, has a missed call to revive one of these champions. So the idea of making this game go to, high mana cost as early as possible and just skip turns, essentially, is going to be great against a deck that's trying to kind of build off of that pressure and that tempo in the early and mid game, like Akshan Sivir.
Senna was the choice to develop here. Had a lot of strong options. Senna, Yordle Captain, Stilted Robe Maker. But by playing the Senna, we get this Darkness, we get it at fast speed, maybe try to set something up, and then the backup of Missed Call, always very helpful. Thankfully, with Akshan set down to 1 HP, the Sharp Sight is still covered by Senna's attack.
We'll see what the options are going to be here for Teal Coast, trying to, think with all this mana he has, 8 mana currently. He can play out a Sivir for 4 mana and still have 4 spell mana to back things up. But we'll see what his options are and what he has to consider. Only 3 spell mana available for Pepsi-Cola means that, there's not that many options he can really go into.
There is a hesitancy to play the Sivir out, because it does give Pepsi-Cola the means to just pop the spell shield in a very low pressure sense, and then just set up to kill the Sivir later. That's the biggest obstacle, is popping that spell shield. And yeah, just gonna put vulnerable on the Senna, set up for a better swing this round. Fast, speed, darkness will maybe save her, but Pepsi-Cola has to ask the question, is it worth it? Do I just let this open attack go through, this potential trade go through, set up for a missed call?
Biggest thing will be obviously, getting the vulnerable onto the Senna on the attacking Sivir, which makes it so that you can't really just answer that. You have to answer the spell shield first. So maybe you might think, I can just answer Akshan and the Merciless Hunter pretty easily and just kind of ignore the Sivir for now. But if the challenge comes through onto the Senna, you might have more incentive to try and save the Senna instead.
Yeah, because even if you want to leave Senna as the only thing in play to guarantee the missed call does revive her, you're still going to be taking a lot of damage around the sides. And while Sivir Akshan doesn't have a lot of high explosive damage, once you fall too far behind in terms of Nexus HP, your plays become very restricted because you have to account for Golden Aegis. That's going to close out the game against you. And you can see again this hesitancy of, is missed call worth it? You could probably just play Stilted Roadmaker, I think, because both are good blockers, good decent HP. You have mana open for the darkness, and then missed call hitting either of those is also pretty strong. Getting your darkness down to just 1 mana means that you have very, very cheap answers to break these spell shields and keep the board under control.
This is where things get a bit awkward with missed call. You have this, you're disincentivized of playing these cheaper units. It doesn't work well with Vile Feast, for example, anything that creates other cheap units. I love missed call. I used to love trying to fit it into my deep decks, every single time, but it created some very awkward moments where, especially with deep running a lot of very cheap units that have these great effects, but you don't necessarily want to replay them, like Dreg Judger, for example.
Yeah.
It's similar here with the Spiderlings, with the Conchologist. It makes things a little bit more awkward.
But the Rogue Maker is going to be the development here. And this, again, by discounting the darkness means you do have access to both. You can cast the darkness and also missed call to get one of these units back post-combat.
This is going to be a level up thanks to the sharp sight targeting the Akshan. We're going to see the fantastic grappling hook action scene here, as we usually do when we're seeing Akshan Sivir, because there's, it's always going to be a level up for Akshan. And right away, full on attack, Sandstone Charger comes out with the Ephemeral. You're able to, as I mentioned, vulnerable challenge the Senna with the Sivir, with the spell shield there as well.
And normally we do see the predict and draw a card off of the Warlord's Treasure, but getting the Sandstone Charger is a lot more effective here. It just puts another target in play that maybe gets this darkness out of Pepsi-Cola, saves the rest of the units.
We're going to have to see a darkness and maybe a stress defense if a sharp set is used to save a Sandstone Charger. This is the game plan here from Teal Coast. Push through a whole lot of damage, has the backup still for the sharp sight or the Absolver. In this case, the sharp sight will be better because of the extra +2 health. And then can end the game next turn with a Ricochet possibly if Sivir is going to survive here, and I think she will. So I think this is the line that Teal Coast is going for. Unfortunately, there is going to be a stress defense here instead, possibly instead of the darkness. If the darkness is committed, though, it's, I think, almost GG for Pepsi-Cola. But it looks like he's going to be patient here.
Yeah, forcing... Oh my god, and then by forcing the stress defense, you negate the missed call line that Pepsi-Cola really needs to take to get back into this game. Getting the extra value of Senna just coming back to life, getting another darkness in hand, or Robe Maker setting your darkness down to 1 HP, you've got to take that damage.
Instead, it's going to be the more, not so risky game plan from Teal Coast, because there is still 3 mana up from Pepsi. You were maybe scared of a few different other options. Even a Vile Feast would have killed off the Sandstone Charger there. So, going to take a more chilled out approach, not so much the Ricochet line.
No missed call. Doesn't want to get either. Just going to play the Vhagar instead. You get the darkness here. It's discounted, still powered up, and now you have missed call to protect your Vhagar versus a strike effect. Cataclysm also getting canceled out now thanks to the missed call.
And there it is, a Sivir challenging now onto the Vhagar. A Sivir level up getting closer and closer as these huge strikes come through. A darkness
also
here.
Working on reputation as well. We could just see Ricochet clear the board into a lethal swing or deal a ton of Nexus damage if Pepsi-Cola keeps failing to go wide.
There's a Vagabond, there's a Darkness coming through. No more Senna on the board though, so these Darknesses will be coming through at slow speed, but they are going to be, of course, with a reduced mana cost of 2. So definitely a lot of possibilities in terms of now dealing 4 damage. But this is going to be another big, scary attack token turn with 10 mana available for Teal'cos and so many different options in hand.
Yeah, we've got an open attack here. Vhagar really doesn't want to block. But there is stress defense to still save him, right? Depending on, because there's Sharp Sight now and Absolver, it will cancel out the stress defense. So Pepsi-Cola could just go for Ishtali Sentinel.
Yeah, it could definitely be an option. The lifesteal will help in terms of staying healthy, but you might want to go for the more spread out approach with the Contrologist and have just more flexibility between different spells.
Absorb Soul, very cheeky. You get to deny the strike from the Vakuran Bruiser this way and heal for 4.
Haunted Relic could have also been nice, but I think you were expecting an attack here, so there wouldn't be enough time to play it at slow speed. But if you had a Senna on board, that would be actually quite interesting to have the Haunted Relic.
I feel since you've got the 4 healing from the Absorb Soul, I feel you could almost not risk the Vhagar here. You've got the stress defense, but is Pepsi-Cola just saying, I have the stress defense and I want my opponent to use all of their combat tricks here?
Yeah, I think that might be the case, but we're going to see Absolver coming through. And now the stress defense, I imagine, will come through as well, but there's the Overwhelm coming through, giving the Overwhelm to everything, so a lot of damage being pushed through in theory, but there the stress defense comes through, stops most of the damage onto the Vhagar. Still, now the Absorb Soul, you know, very cheekily just allowing there to be a Ghost Blocker. Not so much the case now with the Overwhelm. That damage will be going through from the Bruiser, as well as the Sivir damage as well. So now down to 5 HP on the Nexus for Pepsi-Cola. He has lifesteal units. He has a very, very big Darkness here, and more to come with the Vhagar still on the board.
Pops the Spell Shield on the Sivir, knows that he has to get her off the board now. And we've seen this time and time again, Panda, where Darkness is backed up against the wall and things are looking dire and they're able to stabilize.
And this is where the idea of having 2 more Sivers in hand is making things awkward for Teal'cos, where he can't really play the Ricochets. They're not really an ideal card to just play out from hand. And you can't replay the Sivers because the Sivir's staying alive here. So essentially you have 2 cards less in hand to work with.
And Font of Power being cashed in, the classic. You draw 2 cards, and then for the rest of the round, every card you play costs 2 less. So it gives you a ton of flexibility here to just set up a wider board for a very threatening open attack. Pepsi-Cola's in this another awkward position where Ishtali Sentinel is good, but it's just so expensive.
I wonder if playing out the Contrologist here is just to see what kind of stuff, to take off his Spell Shield from Sivir. I think this is definitely a much better option. You're able to take out the Go Hard here. You can play out both this turn, though. It is a one downside.
And now Sivir's Ricochet coming through. This is going to deal random damage to the Nexus and all the units in play. Oh my god, 3 damage to the Nexus, and there's another Ricochet in hand.
Removes a blocker. There's going to be a drain effect coming through here. Well, actually, no, there isn't because it's a spell shield, so the actual drain doesn't occur. There is no damage being done. And now we'll see.
Rip with another Ricochet.
The second Beyblade will do it here. Just has to hit 2 damage on the Nexus, and it does. 3 damage goes through, and that's GG. Teal'cos takes game 1. Pepsi was planning for so many different doomsday scenarios, but I think the double Ricochet was not one of the lines that he had in mind.
That was a triple Sivir draw from way early in the game, and that could have been such a brick, where you've got the Sivir sitting here, really just awkward being sort of 2 cards down, but thanks to the reputation discount and the Font of Power discount, it became just like a great just AoE plus direct damage card. A line we very rarely see from Sivir Akshan.
I was mentioning it being an awkward thing, but because of the Absolver damage, because, you know, the damage that went through with the Bruiser the turn before, instead of being at that 10 to 12 range where Ricochet is not really a viable way to end the game, he went down to 5 HP, and that made it, you know, possible for there to be a kill on the Nexus. You could have been maybe a bit more lucky with it hitting units more than the Nexus, but in that case, Teal'cos able to win it there, able to take the game, and now is on Shyvana Pantheon up against this Darkness deck.
And that was one of the outcomes where if it just cleared the board, you won. If it hits the Nexus directly, you're good to go. So overall, very solid indeed. But versus like dragons, like these scaling stats, the potential for Teal Coast to run away with this one is very high. We do have Catalyzer in the opening hand and double stilted Robe Maker, so the makings are there for PepsiCola to keep up with this. But you probably need to hit a Vagar or something, right? You need to keep these darkness powering up.
And looking at the matchup tables for this matchup, you kind of nailed it with what you just said there, because it is I think the last matchup was 39.0 or 0.2, and this is 39.1, so very, very similar. Again, because of the Demacia base list, because of the different spells, the stats that you're able to kind of, outrace the darkness damage, for example, I think it makes it a little bit more difficult for darkness to take over and stabilize the board. So once again, PepsiCola looking at what is going to be just a not so great matchup here. And he's going to have to really fight to try and get himself back in the series and win this next game and try and go for the reverse sweep.
Important to note as well, Teal Coast's build is on triple Dragons Clutch. So putting Overwhelm on these Dragons is going to just completely invalidate all of the chump blockers that Darkness normally uses to hold the fort and buy time for its late game. The Vengeance is great, but you can answer just one dragon. If there's multiple, it's going to be a really big nightmare here. And I'm wondering if PepsiCola is going to Vengeance this Wounded White Flame.
And most of these dragons are kind of in that awkward spot where they're going to be too much HP for darkness, but too low mana cost for vengeance. So this is, I think, the main reason why this matchup feels a little bit awkward, because you don't really have the right answers for the right mana cost.
Yeah, and the double loping telescope in Teal Coast lists is just there for extra value, right? We know that these darkness decks can keep up in the late game just by value generation. And dragons, sometimes they get run out of resources. The dragons, if they don't do the work in the early mid game, if you don't have a good board for your Golden Aegis, or your opponent's just chump blocking you into oblivion, you're going to be running low on cards, and Loping Telescope opens up some additional lines. The Moon Silver being picked up is actually pretty fantastic.
Double Robe Maker coming through, trying to make this darkness as cheap as possible, because you might have to, use multiple to kill off even a single unit in this case. Fusion Dragon comes down, and now, a pretty good control of the board here, although you do have a pretty good, a few good blockers here with the 3-4 stat lines on the Robe Makers for this mid game.
Mm-hmm. And now with the double Robe Maker into Senna, we're also potentially going to be able to double dip on that fast speed darkness, which really helps out Sharp Sight just to boost up the White Flame, finally turning this into a threat. There is Dragon's Clutch, but Teal Coast just holding on to that for now.
That's going to be Darkness number 1 coming in, trying to kill off Screeching Dragon here. For and only 1 mana as well.
Yeah, exactly. With the Darkness being so cheap, it means that now your removal that you're generating is able to keep up with also the cheap combat tricks and HP buffs of dragons. This is the best scenario, I think, for PepsiCola to have a trajectory to get a win here with the double Robe Maker now into Senna and Vagar waiting.
And then, of course, you always have to be thinking about the possible removal on Teal Coast's side with Demacia, for single combats, for the Concerted Strike as well. So you have to be really thinking about how the Senna will survive. If there is a single combat use, for example, you still have that next darkness to clean up and to try and kill off the unit here. But because it's going to be this Concerted Strike being used instead for 5 mana, there is not really an easy way to answer here, and you're not dealing damage to the Wounded White Flame in the process.
So Senna does go down, crisis averted for Teal Coast. That was definitely the most worrisome unit because of the high concentration of darkness being generated, especially going into the attack token, would have really run away with the game. There's only 1 White Flame in hand. We've got a Shyvana that needs to be played down, but you've got to kind of clear that path first.
And this is where Vengeance has to come through. You're killing off what is already a unit that has definitely grown and power crept itself over the past few turns. You're doing it in response to another action from Teal Coast, trying to shut down the single combat in the process. And there isn't really you can't just outstat Vengeance. It's not how it works. You need to either deny the spell altogether, or unit dies no matter what. So Pill Cascade, all these other spells here, can't do anything about that.
Shyvana is going to come down, try to take over for the Wounded White Flame. she does tend to grow pretty well too, but with no Dragon Chow, it's going to take a while. And now with Veigar alive in play, getting this darkness boosted up, it does become a little bit worrisome for Shyvana to be able to get to the size she needs. Here comes Dragon's Clutch, going for draw, trying to get more threats.
And I don't think you're gonna win the outlasting the value game here. So already, because you're at 8, turn 8, and you're at 18 HP still for Pepsi Cola, you have to be feeling very, very good about how this is gonna plan out. You have the darkness now dealing a whole lot of damage for very cheap as well, and you have the Senate to make another darkness, and double Pokestick and Contrologist to guarantee more value in the next few turns.
I feel you could almost cash in this darkness against the Shyvana.
Yeah, before the attack comes through, just to see, there's only 5 spell mana available now for Teal'cos. But I think you might want to see this attack committed because you're so healthy. You don't mind, maybe taking a little bit of damage, and rather you want this spell mana being used here to then have a more clear idea of how you can really capitalize on this turn with still 8 mana for yourself against only 3 mana for the opponent.
And so Shyvana's Confront is going to be used on the Wounded White Flame. This will grant it Challenger permanently, procs that Faded, and then drags the Dark Bolt Acolyte to the side, daring Pepsi Cola to block.
Definitely the better option. Being more patient here, but now you have a more clear idea of what your opponent can and can't do in response to Darkness, for example. You can now have a pretty much guaranteed kill here alongside Valface or Pokestick onto this Wounded White Flame. You can you can do both even with Senna coming down. And there's not really anything you can do if you're Teal'cos.
Yeah, Robe Maker was so key for setting this up. Having the 1 mana darkness, it's so easy now to weave in and just make these incredibly tempo-oriented plays. It's lines of this nature, I think, that really started to solidify darkness as a surprisingly aggressive deck, where these huge removal spells are coming out of thin air and clearing your board and setting up for the Yordle Captain, right, that Pepsi Cola has set up.
And the game plan here is perfect because you might be thinking, he could have killed the Wounded White Flame. Why not kill it or kill Shyvana? But what he wanted to do is have both units at the HP range where he could kill them the moment there is a still in combat or any kind of attack onto his own Senna. So really just covering all his bases, making sure he has a full control over the board by, not killing off a unit necessarily, but at least getting them all damaged to the point where he can kill them off when he needs to.
And then by waiting 1 more turn, we do get that extra boost of damage thanks to Veigar. And then Senna gets to generate another darkness with the attack token there. So
now you have like
a
quad chain of spells where if there's an answer here, you have another Pokestick, you have another Vileplume, you have a darkness. So there's so many, plan B and C and D. This is what control players tend to aim for, making sure they have a failsafe. They don't want to go into these risky lines. Instead, they want to have all these different backup plans to make sure that the game goes their way.
And so Ancient Prep, which was grabbed off of Bomber Twins, trying to rig this next top deck. We can see that Teal'cos is just running out of threats. And it looks like Pepsi Cola at 14 HP is going to cruise to victory. Any dragons you play to the board at this point are just going to die immediately. There's really not a line to victory, unfortunately, for Teal'cos any longer.
There's a Pantheon coming down with spell shields. Can be scary here. Going to be, I assume, a Contrologist here just to give you more options, just more different, maybe cards that can take off spell shield, for example, to open up the path for that darkness damage.
Stalking Shadows is cute in this archetype. Double up on the Ishtali Sentinel, etc. But attacking with the Mountain Goat means no Pantheon this round. I think it's very obvious, right, that you want that Pantheon to be leveled as soon as he hits the board. Ooh, gets Catalyzer off the Stalking Shadows.
Could expect a big swing coming in next turn. Not many units actually for Teal'cos here is going to have the Blinding Mystic for at least one of the Catalyzers. It's going to be, a silver lining. I think Pepsi could have pushed a little bit more with his mana here with the options he had. Sometimes when you're seeing, oh, my opponent's going to burn so much mana, I'm going to pass now. It tends to be the case, but with how awkward the hand is here for Teal'cos, he didn't really have that many other options anyway, even if he committed further into that turn.
And so we've got a very wide attack being threatened. Senna gets to back herself up with Vengeance. We've got Dawning Shadow in the hand from a second Senna. And now we just have Darkness is going to start hitting the Nexus here.
This might be a desperate concerted strike from Teal Coast, but I think he has to assume at this point that, yeah, I mean, there's a darkness that kills off anything here, so there's really no point even committing to it. You have to assume there's so many different options in hand for Pepsi to be able to answer to any kind of proactive play you make.
And with all of those catalyzers connecting, Darkness now is at 9 damage. That's going to be lethal at the start of the next round at fast speed.
And we're going to have to assume there's nothing that Teal Coast can do about this. Pantheon comes down.
Yeah, because even if you open attack with the Pantheon, the Darkness is just going to hit you in the Nexus. You have to Concerted Strike here. Take that Vagar out of the equation.
There's no lifesteal either on the Pantheon. Maybe with a lifesteal with a strike effect like Concerted Strike.
No spell shield. So that means you can Vengeance in response to this.
Yeah. I think the ideal would have been this slow play from Teal Coast, hoping for maybe a life gain keyword, and then being able to Concerted Strike. And because Darkness was already used up, there might not have been an answer, but there is one in hand, like we mentioned. A lot of different options for Pepsi, and that will be game 2 in an unfavored matchup going towards Pepsi Cola. I think he played it perfectly. I think he had also very fortunate, kind of very slow early and mid-game from his opponent, which allowed him to really just take control of the game with both the Vagar and the Senna, and just playing it very patiently in the first few turns of the game.
Yeah, the Wounded White Flame was one of those cards that you're always keeping an eye on that can just spiral out of control, get too big, and even like feeding into leveling up Shyvana, for example, and those stats are just impossible to keep up with. But Double Robe Maker into the Senna was just the perfect combination to keep up with that Dragon Onslaught, run them out of resources. And now for game 3, we've got Pantheon Shyvana against Lee Sin.
And this is actually now going to be a favored matchup for Pepsi Cola. Not by much, just a little bit over 50%, but still much better than it was in the last game, for example, or the first one even. And Lee Sin coming back into the meta, coming back into Fight Night after a little bit of a while. We could give you guys a rundown of what this deck is trying to do, but I think everyone at this point knows exactly what Lee Sin is trying to do.
And the Eye of the Dragon being played from the hand is a little bit awkward, actually. You love to get it off of Gifts from Beyond because it comes pre-prepped, ready to summon that Dragonling the next round. So by summoning it manually like this, it is slowed down quite a bit. Zenith Blade will protect it, keep those blockers alive, and just buy time for the Lee Sin. The only way that, you know, Pantheon Shyvana can really overcome is going to be that triple Dragon's Clutch line, getting the Overwhelm to punch through the Dragonlings. This was the classic keyword that a lot of lists were trying to use to punish the Eye of the Dragon developments back in the day.
And there's a tough choice for Teal Coast having to decide who he wants to blind and miss, who he wants to silence. Is it either going to be the Eye of the Dragon or the Wounded White Flame? Opted for the Wounded White Flame instead, trying to fight just on the stat side of things on the board and trying to take control of the board that way with his own Wounded White Flame growing in stats. But Twin Disciplines might be an answer here. Looks like it's not going to be the case, though. Scared of possibly a sharp side, which is in hand for Teal Coast.
I think as long as this Wounded White Flame doesn't get overwhelmed, you're maybe fine, right, with it getting a little bit of stats here, Fury procs, etc., etc. And Lee Sin is a deck that has kind of fallen out of the metagame for a little bit. And now with, you know, bans being now part of the Fight Night format and just the amount of diversity that's in the metagame, it can see some play by just the virtue of players not accounting for it in their lineups any longer. So we've got Sonic Wave coming through.
This is the classic of, you know, whoever ends up, you know, bringing forward the proactive play, in this case the challenge effect, is going to be at a detriment here, but very cheap here with the Sonic Wave, and now forcing an answer from Teal Coast. Now you're able to more cleanly react to it with your own Twin Disciplines and see what your opponent might have. If it is sharp sight, you have the answer there in hand as well, so there's really no option to go for that play. So Pepsi Cola are really trying to, again, have all these different fail safes for what he's trying to do here. There could be a single combat though, and that will be the case here.
Single combat, sacrificing the Blinded Mystic, keeping this White Flame alive. A very threatening stat line at this point, with that Faded stacking up, Pantheon working on becoming a big threat as well. There is no Will of Ionia or Homecoming in Pep's list, so you can't reset this stat. All you can do is just stun the White Flame with Concussive Palm or something.
But you've said it. There's chump blockers for days now here with both of the 2/1 Dragonlings here. You maybe don't expect the Aegis, so I think you do just go ahead and full block here. But yeah, there would be some consideration, maybe saving one of those Dragonlings if you really thought there would be a rally effect here, but not going to be the case here for Pepsi. I'm going to go for the deep med instead.
Deep med maybe does draw a deny. Concussive Palm is good enough. You get to stun one target, but with the other dragon being able to still swing through with this golden Aegis, it will level the Shyvana, and then you kind of start spiraling the game from there, right? Thanks to the strafing strikes, removing units.
Gravitum picked up there from Gifts from Beyond, just making sure to be able to, the game plan here is to stall until Lee Sin can kind of OTK and have kind of a clear path to victory in just a single big attack. So that will be the game plan from Pepsi. As you mentioned, Ghost of Palm, the stun effect here is going to probably come through here the moment that this rally effect is pushed through. Or Lee Sin with Barrier is also an option.
Yep, he's just being played as a big blocker. Pep's Cole is pretty healthy here, right? This isn't lethal.
Gonna take a huge hit here. And yeah, there was no mana to activate the barrier, of course, on the Lee Sin to come up, and no spell. So could have been a Concussive Palm, but I think he just wants to get the Lee Sin on the board now.
Yeah, there is a Zenith Blade in hand. We've got the Twin Discipline. All the makings are there.
This is scary now with the second Aegis in hand, and the fact that you're going to have both single combat and the confront here.
Hush off the top here. Cleanses the Wounded White Flame, allowing Lee Sin to survive the strafing strike.
And there's a single combat, and now there's nothing you can do here. So there's, again, the two-step plan from
You can Gifts from Beyond, right, to get the barrier? Because
yes.
the Hush was one spell. Didn't want to cash it in. Saves it, I think, here. You can pick up a second Gravitum if you'd like.
Yeah, I think the barrier was definitely an option there. But maybe just miss that line altogether.
Probably says my opponent's down to 2 cards. I'm just going to run them out of resources here.
I think it's not. I think it's just a clear misstep. I think you never don't take that. I think if you have the option to, with keeping Lee alive, and now at this point, it was your win condition. Now we've seen so many times the problem of having to draw Lee Sin after stalling so much. You had that one Lee Sin in hand. Now you don't have a second. You can find it through deep med, etc. Through the different draw spells you have, the tutor spells you have in hand, for example. So despite the stalling and despite you still being alive and still having the Dragonlings to chump block, you need to find your own win condition at this point now.
Yeah, and I could definitely see a line like this where you sacrifice the Lee Sin to, if there's like a Zoe in play and she's about to level up and you get AoE lifesteal to just almost permanently wall out your opponent. But with this Wounded White Flame in play, with Shyvana leveled up and potentially a second one coming off of the deck soon, it's only a matter of time before that Dragon's Clutch hits the Overwhelm, and then we're starting to see the Dragonling lifesteal being completely offset. Here comes Gifts from Beyond out of the hand, Crescendum to get Eye of the Dragon number 3 out of the deck, trying to rebuild this wall, but the dragons are just omnipresent. They're just going to attack in because the Fury offsets the chip damage from the Dragonlings, and here comes a rally before the Dragonlings have a chance to appear.
That's the scary part. This is the vulnerable moment here for Pepsi where he doesn't have those Dragonlings coming out just yet. The Gravitum and Concussive Palm here will definitely help at kind of mitigating the damage that he could be taking on this turn, and he might just have still another 2 turns to kind of stall out and try and continue, finding that Lee Sin. But this Panda coming down to try and accelerate the pace of this game now for Teal'cos.
So he's massive, 5 attack, lifesteal, has Scout as well.
Ooh. You still have the Palm, though. And the 3/5 White Flame isn't really all that scary just yet.
Yeah, there is a Spell Shield on the Pantheon. There's Spell Shield on the Pantheon! He's just doing it to get the 3/2, I guess. So you have a blocker here. Pantheon double dipping, another Overwhelm attack. The other White Flame holding back now, even though it has barrier.
Everything going downhill now for Pepsi since that one mistake with the barrier. had the chance to have control of that game with Lee Sin's ability to bounce units or kill units, back to hand, with the Dragon Link wall having been set up. But now in this case, I think going to be a little bit too late to do anything. Your Sonic Wave's not really helping at all. Pale Cascade just continuing to fish for the inevitable, healing up a little bit more. But
there is one more Hush, looking for it. Hush
doesn't find
Pale
it. Has
Cascade,
one more Pale Cascade.
One more chance.
The
3
triple
mana
Pale
for Hush.
Doesn't find it. No mana for the Concussive Palm now either. And I think that's going to be it. The Heimer thinking emote, the classic response there from the beta days.
Yeah, again, there is still Scout on the Pantheon. So it just gets to swing through. And
the quick attack means there's no healing from the Dragonlings. I mean, it means, there's nothing you can do here. The surrender comes in from Pepsi-Cola, and Teal'cos will be taking this series 2-1 over what we're going to have to assume was a mistake from Pepsi's side. I know he's definitely played a lot of Lee Sin, so it's unexpected. If I were to play Lee Sin, I would have made the mistake, every day of the week, probably. It's not a deck that I favor too much, but for Pepsi, it is definitely a surprise. I think he's a player that has always played a lot of Lee Sin, played a lot of Control, especially with Target as well in the past. And a huge, liability there in that game plan for him, the Lee Sin dying and just losing completely control of the board.
Yeah, the Lee Sin needed to come down and stabilize. Really unfortunate to see. But we know how when you're under a lot of pressure like that from a deck of that nature, where you've got these units scaling up, you're so worried about the Golden Aegis, you're focused too much on trying to just survive that you aren't also protecting and furthering your own win conditions.
And that will be it for this second round of the tournament. That will be the there's no more matches going on right now. We'll be seeing the bracket really quick just to see a quick update on what matchups have gone through already. We see Thomas taking down Extasio. Extasio's Targon's Peak, not quite strong enough to make it into the winners finals just yet, but he still has a chance to fight off against possibly Gamebreaker, who is still trying to go for that bracket reset run from the very first round of losers bracket, and Ashirogi taking down Ahizodl and also trying to fight for a spot back into the grand finals once we see the whole bottom side of the bracket conclude at the end of the day. But that will be it for this round. We're going to go into a very quick 3-minute break, and we'll be back for the winners final between Thomas and Teal'cos very, very soon, so don't go anywhere.
Hello, everyone, and welcome back to Fight Night Legends EU, brought to you by Giant Slayer and Wisdom. My name is Scarzig, joined, of course, by ImpetuousPanda, and we are about to enjoy the winners' finals in the new Fight Night format.
And there are some very, very interesting decks that I love to see. Spiders is on the menu, which is always going to be a tasty treat for myself. And also Draven Rumble, one of the decks that I've grown to love in the past, month and a half or so of Fight Night. A few players have brought it here or there, and I definitely enjoy it as the evolution of Scion, a deck that has a lot of the same, key focus in the early turns with a different finisher, but still as explosive as ever and as scary to face. And then that will be the lineup for Thomas with just very aggressive lineup. It's going to be Spiders, going to be Draven Rumble, going to be Ari Kennen.
Yeah, and Thomas, one of the top seasonal performers as well in Europe. You'd think that usually for top seasonals, it's a mixture of decks. A lot of Lee Sin has historically been a strong seasonal deck. A lot of control, but he's going all in with aggro. Says right here in the player card.
He's trying out, different strategies, making sure he's at the top level. No matter what the meta, calls for, he's ready to fight and ready to give it his all as one of the best players in Europe for sure. Facing off against Teal'cos, we just saw him beat Pepsi-Cola. The lineup is very, a Demacia-focused lineup with Akshan Sivir, with Pantheon Shyvana, so the Dragons version, not the Taric version, and with the Ari Kennen as well. Ari Kennen from both players, I continue to expect to see it as a ban in this matchup as well for both players, but there could be a ban on Spiders instead because it does have a good win rate against all three of the decks from Teal'cos. Opting for a more board-based plan, not quite the Targon Demacia based decks that used to have the Fangs and used to have a little bit more healing to counter kind of these very, very aggro heavy metas. In this case, more of a normal mid-range strategy that isn't accounting for Spiders, for example, and that could be a problem for Teal'cos.
The Spiders not only has that burn, but also the early fearsome aggression that sometimes these dragon lists can't keep up with. But taking a closer look at the Spiders, there has been a lot of talk around how to build this optimally. It comes down to the final one or two cards usually, right? We've got the Arachnoid Sentry in there, which I love, and then triple Stalking Shadows. Some versions only run 2, some versions opting for Astral Fox, but this looks like a pretty balanced build to me.
Thomas has committed a cardinal sin here against all aggro players. He is running only 2 copies of Noxian Fervor. I would run 10 if I had the possibility in any aggro list, especially because a lot of Spiders' downsides comes down to, trying to find ways to remove blockers or attackers from these lifesteal units like Castali Sentinel, for example. So very surprised to see only 2 Fervors. I rate it as one of the best cards in the list by far, and has instead that second Brother's Bond. I do like the 1 copy of Arachnoid Sentry. That is a tech choice that I also make occasionally, depending on the meta. As that last card you have to fill in the slot somehow. And only 2 Demolitionists I also like as that split. I think it's pretty good, but the 2 copies of Fervors are a little bit surprising.
Yeah, we talked how important it was to sidestep the lifesteal, but Draven Rumble is looking to punch right through it. We've got 3 copies of Might in this list with 1 copy of Whirling Death. 1 copy of Survival Skills as well. This is a card that has been floating around 1 or 2 copies in the deck and can really set up some devastating early turns. It's just a great discard target for Rumble, right? Where it'll give invincibility to something that's in play while also getting a wide board potentially with Flame Chompers and Grenadier to get a really devastating turn 4 or turn 5 attack.
I think overall this list, is pretty much set in stone at this point. I think the one, like you're mentioning, the few slots you have open for flexibility is going to be that 1 Survival Skills, that 1 Whirling Death possibly. Maybe even the 3 copies of Might go down to 2 in some lists, but the rest of the list I think looks pretty set in stone. I think you have this great synergy between cards like Fallen Rider and Urchin and the Boom Baboon, for example, that really are able to consistently push so much damage in the first 3 or 4 turns of the game.
As players have gotten a little bit more experience with this deck as well, we're starting to move away from the, no Rumble on 4, no win mentality, and players have gotten a lot better at mulliganing properly, and I think kind of putting more value into the Fallen Rider more than anything, right? That early 4-2 fearsome attacker punishes so many decks, pushes through massive damage to set up for. We caught at the tail end of a previous set of just double decimate.
And we'll see if we have the ban phase ready to spectate from the players. If that's a possibility before the first game starts, just to see, what the full lineups look like for both players, visually aiding the viewers to be able to digest that, and also seeing the bans as they come through. I believe Thomas is currently away from his keyboard, might be, take a little bathroom break before what is expected to be a very exciting and maybe a long series here between both players. I think not too long, though. I mean, he's playing Spiders and Draven Rumble, so how long can it really be? Let's be honest.
Exactly. Sometimes you do get into these really clunky draws, these really awkward situations, even as an aggro player, right? This is something that we do talk about a lot on Fight Night EU. And, because this is very high level play, we get to see both hands. You get to get a better idea of how the players are approaching these matchups and really optimizing their plays. Aggro, depending on the metagame, has sort of a percentage of free wins that you get to collect by just good matchups and just drawing the right cards, but being able to push that deck even further with smart play and really good reads on the opponent is how a lot of these high level players have found a ton of success. Even throughout like many seasonal tournaments, we've seen triple aggro really go the distance, sometimes taking the seasonal or even just making that top 4.
Players are now, I think, in the challenge. We're going to be ready to see what their lineups look like in the client and what the bans look like as they come through as well. I believe we're ready to set that up and be able to see that for the viewers as well. But quick, just reminder for the viewers to get the ideas of the full lineups. Thomas is favoring a very aggressive lineup with the Draven Rumble, as we're seeing here, the Spiders and the Ari Kennen. And it will be that Demacia mid-range lineup for Teal'cos with Ari Kennen as well, the Shurima for both players, but then also the Akshan Sivir and the Pantheon Shyvana. I expect Ari Kennen banned on both sides with a possibility of, maybe the Spiders being banned on Thomas's side.
The mid-range lineup is a very unwieldy beast. You're basically expecting a very specific meta, and you can really flourish within that lane. But if the meta is something that you're not expecting, or you go up against a lineup that's going to punish you like aggro, it makes these mid-range styles seem like very bad options when that's not the case, right? This is winners finals. Teal'cos has been playing very cleanly up to this point. And if you're against a deck that is trying to contest you on board, but doesn't have the stats to back you up, you are going to bully them down and win. If you're playing against a deck that has a lot of value, you have the consistent threat of that Golden Aegis rally to close out the game before they're able to get to that win condition. So I think it's a really good idea for the current meta, but we'll see, if sometimes you just spiral out of control and lose to aggro anyway.
And time is ticking. Maybe Akshan Sivir will be the ban instead. It looks like Thomas is considering it. Has a little time to go here, only 6 seconds. It looks like it will be the Akshan Sivir instead. So Ari Kennen does indeed go through, and it will be Ari Kennen banned on his side in the end. So a very aggro lineup available now for Thomas with Spiders and the Draven Rumble. And it will be game 1 right away. Spiders being slotted in for this game 1 up against the Pantheon Shyvana from Teal'cos.
And I think that's a very smart decision, right? Because that's Absolver Ari Kennen, without the go-hards to ping down the Spiders or like other aggressive ideas, you can push through a lot of damage and just try to roll to victory there. Whereas the Sivir Akshan has a lot of quick attackers, a lot of potential challengers that are going to really shut down any idea you have of trying to get on the board with any of your lists. So we'll see if it pays off.
Right away, there is going to be a 1-drop for Thomas, which is always, good news here. The House Spider comes down, allows for a good blocker onto the Mountain Goat with a 2 health here, but going to have to take 4 damage. Otherwise, we're just, attacking with just these units here, not allowing for there to be free gem generation and just that free trade for Teal'cos. But still 2 Spiders remaining here on the board and 2 Skitterers in hand as well.
Yeah, honestly, I do also like holding back that Spider, because if you do draw into an Elise, you have that extra Spiderling alive, you can threaten that level up, and then by pulling units to the side, you push through even more damage. So overall, a very nice hedge.
And the attack comes through as usual with, an aggro deck. You don't really block. You try and always, never give 2-for-1s to your opponent because you want to go as wide as possible, at least in the early turns. It's going to be the rear guard here to set up the possible misplay from Teal'cos, committing to a unit here and then having the Skitter come in for the punish. But unfortunately for Thomas, most of his Spiders here do not have Fearsome.
Yeah, so she's going to be Skitterer, buffing the attack. The Looking Telescope can't block Fearsome anyway. Just takes away that value trade on the 3-2. Still a very wide threat coming through, and we have the burn now to back this up.
And weirdly enough, for Teal'cos, not really having many spells in hand, can only really get some units on the board, which is maybe a good thing considering the matchup, but going to have a pretty good, possibility here with the Protector coming down, giving barrier, maybe to the 1-1, just to get that good, clean value block on the 2-1 Spider. The Wounded White Flame, because how healthy it is, it'll survive regardless. So we'll see what option Teal'cos decides to go for. And especially the Protector, a 2-mana drop with 3 attack here that can be a fearsome blocker is definitely good news for Teal'cos.
Yeah, so overall, it looked like there was a very threatening attack coming through from Thomas, but Teal'cos does have the counter. Just hesitating, with this Bright Steel Protector, maybe thinking, okay, can I float this 2 mana, maybe set up a single combat or something down the road? But no, I think at this point you just have to defend as much as you can.
And overall, considering this is going to be, or is expected to be in this matchup, the peak combat-based attack turn where you're able to sneak in the most damage, and then after this, everything that comes after is going to be, more burn-based, with the Stalking Shadows, finding Doom Beast, for example, or Demolitionist, and obviously the Noxian Fervor and Decimate. Not that much damage went through. I think you were maybe hoping for a bit more of an explosive turn. 12 HP is still a lot of HP you have to bring down, but the Doom Beast top deck does help here.
Stalking Shadows is a little bit risky, right? You drew a lot of units already. It would be a big shame for this to whiff. It does, at the very least. I don't like it. Because you can't Stalking Shadows and Doom Beast. I think you just throw the Decimate down here, right? Take a bunch of damage.
I think you definitely can't play for the board here. I think it might be the Fervor instead, possibly.
With no single combat mana, yeah, probably your best opportunity to get this to resolve.
It looks like it's gonna be Demolition picked up here. Definitely going for the burn game plan. Not really hoping for any kind of fearsome attack or any kind of combat-based attack. Really just the burn going through. I would have liked the Fervor though, just to make sure you get that 3 damage through without there being single combat in response, and you're able to do it on the turn you want to ghost block one of these big units here.
Instead, we get the Demolitionist line. Thankfully, a 2-drop was picked up off of the Stalking Shadows. We get to just ping off our rear guard, and we get an Ephemeral blocker.
And just dissuades, really, the attack from the other units. So really a good way of just trying to continue stalling out while Thomas is going for his own burn game plan. He wants to make sure his opponent's not getting too crazy with his own board, where he's able to kind of kill him off before he's able to finish off the burn game plan here. So we'll see what the option is now going to be here for Thomas. A little bit awkward in the sequencing here. You want to get the Nightfall activated. You don't want to waste. Yeah, I think you have to go for the Demolitionist here.
Just
if there's a single combat, you have the Fervor option available.
Just to get the body in play, rather than going for Stalking Shadows and just opening yourself up to another wide swing. Because there has been so much just unit development from Teal'cos in order to defend, not a lot of spells being cast, the Pantheon is nowhere close to leveling up. There's no threat of lifesteal to bail Teal'cos out from this position. And now at 6 HP, we just need the Decimate plus a little extra.
Gonna be Fervor, but because of the single combat available and because we have so much more mana now available for Teal'cos, I think he's not going to tap out at this point. So Fervor, consider it really not in hand. You have to go through the motions and, put it on the stack at some point, probably now, because you want to get a ghost blocker, but not going to be connecting on a turn like this one.
Yep, and here it is, another block. Oh, the block is going to come through.
Well, the value block on the 2-1, I think, is an easy, unit to punch in there, as well as the value block onto the Wounded White Flame, expecting there to be an answer first.
It's like, it's not lethal being threatened on the swing, right? And you need units in play for your Noxian Fervor.
I think Thomas will smartly go for Stalking Shadows here and won't go for the Fervor. This is scary, though. Yeah. You're going pretty low here.
Sharp sight into the Dragon's Clutch for the Overwhelm.
Oh, this is going to be a risky play here. With no more, yeah, I think you cannot commit single combat. You're trying to put lethal on the stack here, but you're playing into Fervor just way too much with 8 mana available with a chance for both a Fervor and a Decimate. That would be way too risky from Teal'cos, and Thomas would definitely not respect, the remaining 3 cards in hand. He would definitely commit the Fervor at that point. Tricky spot though for Teal'cos. He has to maybe go for, hey, my opponent does not have Fervor, and I can win it here.
It's a very hard decision, and you can kind of see how we talked about things can get very, very spooky for aggro, where you have to be very specific about when to use this burn, but you also have to put you have to put yourself in the opponent's shoes and say, okay, do you go for the single combat here? Are you going to save it for Fervor? The longer you wait, the higher the chances they just draw into other sources of burn.
And now Thomas definitely knows he can't commit the Fervor because of this stall and because of that initial putting on the stack of the spell. He knows there's now probably a single combat or some form of interaction in hand. And I think instead he will be going for the Decimate into Stalking Shadows route, hoping for any kind of burn. Even a double Saboteur would be enough. With the 3 different Saboteurs, 2 of them attacking, would be enough to also just deal with 2 damage here. So we will see what the option will be. It has to be Stalking Shadows to start things off. Any Doom Beast does it as well. There it is. Easy Doom Beast. Nothing can be done here from Teal'cos. No lifesteal on the board. Strike with a single combat. And going to be what looks like to be an easy win here for Thomas in the end.
Yep. And so there is the Doom Beast. And again, we did see the option where Teal'cos was thinking about single combat, trying to proc Fury, remove that blocker, go for the lethal. But
maybe he would have pushed it through because he thinks, oh, my opponent only has 2 Fervors instead of 3. But even then, not quite. Doesn't give him quite enough confidence to push that one through. And I think maybe he should have gone for it. I think he had to know that, it's very likely my opponent's on Decimate, etc. That was maybe his line. Like, if he doesn't have Fervor, I just win it right here. I think it was definitely a risk worth taking in a matchup that you're not expected to win, in theory, against Spiders anyway.
Yeah, so it was very close, very razor-thin game, to be honest. One less good draw, like the Stalking Shadows being cast when it didn't seem like the best play at the time, and hitting very good targets besides, was just a great show of instinct from Thomas.
Perfect hand here to start things off from Thomas. Maybe 2 mites, a little bit too much, but the starting units are ideal to activate the Fallen Rider, get the Urchin on the board, have the Boom Baboon for that Flame Chomper synergy further down the line as well.
I would say Might is really strong for this matchup. A lot of how RA Kennen defends itself is with just recalling a unit, getting that value, and then Might allowing you to punch through that blocker. Here comes Risen Rider on turn 2 with the attack token. This is exactly what you want to see. We've got 2 draws, Panda, to get the Rumble down and just explode with this hand.
Might's a great card, but maybe it's a card you want to, top deck on that lethal turn. You want to not have it in hand early on because it kind of, you're not going to play Might right now when you have just 3 spell mana up, really. It's more kind of the finisher play you want to make once you're open attacking at, turn 6, for example.
So if you're Thomas, you have the choice of playing the Draven down, getting a 3/2 attacker, but I think you might even go for just Boom Baboon because you have Flame Chomper. Both of them generate fodder, but Chomper allows you to go just a little bit wider, right?
I think it could be the Draven first, and then next turn, depending on what you draw, you might look into different things here, but you can just go for the Boom Baboon and then just use the Axe to bring out the Flame Chomper. You're going to have to expect the Wayfinder, though, next turn, so that's going to be just a lot of chump blockers as well.
Preemptive Palm to get a fearsome blocker.
Ooh, very cheeky
but attacks in.
Hoping to trade with the Draven here, forcing just a 1-for-1, but instead going to be a bit of a punish here. You miss out on the Axe for the Flame Chomper synergy, but you definitely, take this trade and take the open attack, especially next turn. With a double Might as well, you're able to maybe even push through one of the Mites here.
Yeah,
depends on what you expect, though. There's no homecoming can't get used here. It's only if there's a second concussive palm.
And I think it's like when Teal'cos goes for a palm like that and kind of throws the tail of the dragon out, maybe you're sensing there's double palm. But at the same time, if you develop in the Kinko Wayfinder, your attack doesn't get much better. So I think you're just going to swing through and you get tons of damage regardless. If there is a concussive palm, then you can just Might one of these units and still make up for that lack of damage. I love the open attack here.
And playing the Might now proactively, I think, doesn't make too much sense. Your opponent will still be at, I think it's 6 HP, so not quite anywhere near like a direct lethal range off of Decimate, for example. So I think it's better to just take it a little bit slow here. Just go for the Boom Baboon into the Urchin here. And again, hope for maybe a Rumble or just try and start finding those burn spells to end the game.
And and earlier, Panda, you had compared Rumble Draven to like the evolution of Scion. And as we saw, time went on, that deck got more and more and more burn added to the package. But I think that this deck, because of the lower curve, really balances out the fact it doesn't need to run as much. So there is just 3 Mystic Shot, 3 Get Excited, 3 Decimate. And at its highest concentration, I think Scion was also running like Captain Farron and 2 copies of Noxine Fervor on top of that.
Bit of an awkward hand now here for Thomas. Doesn't have ways to activate the Fallen Rider or the Lost Soul. Only really the Axe, but you don't want to play that proactively, obviously, in this case, without the attack token. Next turn is going to be double Homecoming that can obviously try and answer any sort of lethal setup from Thomas. There will be a Whirling Death to answer one of them, but the second one will be able to kind of very cleanly punish if there is, you know, this same amount of spell mana being kept here for next turn from Teal'cos.
Yeah, the Whirling Death could be used to turn off a Homecoming. Teal'cos will probably make the play of using, of course, Homecoming on something that's in the back line to avoid the Whirling Death punish, because with Draven in play, the higher chances of having it, the one that's naturally in the deck, and then that is, of course, Draven's champion spell, where if they have that second copy in hand, it transforms into.
I think you're happy not blocking here. Thomas thinking about, you know, he is taking a bit of damage here, but I don't know if you want to block here. You're still gonna be at 9 HP, pretty healthy, and you want to have the widest possible attack next turn. But opts to block, opts to save some HP there. Stays at 14 HP now.
Yeah, I was thinking that maybe you just sacrifice a unit so that you can just fill up your board, but it's not possible to play both of these out. Are we going to see Twin Blade Revenant?
Looks like it might be a little bit too slow. You want to maybe go for the attack here. If you expect double Homecoming, though, you would want to develop to you know, your opponent can't really do much in response regardless. But looks like it will be an attack here.
Because the board is full, so like the Kinko Wayfinder is only going to pull 1 more unit from the deck, and it's something that can't block Fearsome anyway. 7 Fearsome damage. Sign In, I guess, would be a punish here on 6 mana.
Yeah, especially the buffs onto the Morning, for example, for the 3/1 stat line, able to block some of the Fearsomes. But still, you have, again, double Homecoming response here. We will see if Teal'cos commits both on the stack. If that's the case, this is going to be fairly easy to allow the Whirling Death and the Mites to go through.
Yeah, 9 mana, so much flexibility from Thomas. This is sort of like a much more aggressive variant of the standard combat trick focused decks that we see out of Demacia, right?
We could see, this is really scary for Teal'cos. We could see all 3 spells, both Mites and the Whirling Deaths played. And this is perfect. I think you don't react to this. I think you let this go through. This is not really changing too much. You force a Mite somewhere else where it becomes maybe not lethal, but close to it, or you force both Mites even. And when the second Homecoming goes through, then you react with Whirling Death and you win the game, essentially. So I think that will be the game plan here from Thomas. Has to assume that the worst thing that can happen here is going to be a Homecoming or a Concussive Palm. No. I guess it's either way is the same thing. No, but don't commit the Mites. Okay, never mind. He commits 1 Mite at least. Okay, it's fine. Either way, I think it's just a different order, but it's gonna achieve pretty much the same conclusion. Except, maybe there's gonna be a bigger punish here now on the Draven. But it is what it is. Obviously, we're able to see both hands. And this is fine. Okay, never mind. So it's all good. It's all good. You're missing 1 point of damage, but you have the axe here.
And then you can axe, to get that final point.
There was like 5 different ways to run the spells in hand here. And get excited as a way to answer the second Homecoming is also, instead of having the second Mite for damage, you get excited instead.
We saw in the eye, right, that you can just Mite and still swing through. So you get excited to stop that, and then you can axe
Yeah,
to discard the final might on
Oh
your
no,
Draven
but he hit
to
okay.
deal 1 damage.
Why did he hit it? Why didn't he axe? Oh no. Oh no, Thomas. What are you doing, my friend?
Ran out of
No, I don't think so.
time.
You had like 7 ways to end this on this turn, Thomas. You had Oh. Well, he's just making things more exciting. He's still at 14 HP, very healthy. He has many ways to end the game still. Only needs to find some burn, some Poro. Well, elusives maybe not so much.
I mean, your opponent just needs Kinko Wayfinder.
He wanted to give the chance for Teal'cos to surrender. Thomas is a very nice guy. I've met him in person. No, not in person actually, but I've met him online in events at least. Very, very much a gentleman, giving his opponent the chance to see how doomed he is and instead surrender. And that will be a 2-0.
Dealing a little bit of mental damage. Yeah, I
this is thinking, Teal'cos might come back in the grand finals. I'm just gonna hit him with a low blow to the mental capacity, and maybe that sets up for a better grand finals for Thomas. But he guarantees his spot in the grand finals, despite some odd sequencing at the end there to finish the game. Still, with his very aggressive lineup, finds himself in the grand finals and forces Teal'cos to go down to the loser's bracket and face off against a mysterious someone. We will find out if we have a bracket reset right now to see what that might look like and who is now in contention for the top 4.
Yeah, so to check in with the bracket, we have again Extasio and Gamebreaker going toe-to-toe, and Pepscola and Ashirogi fighting it out.
And they are still, I believe, in game. I believe we will have a chance to go into one of these games right now before we jump into a break, as I believe both series are still ongoing. Definitely would like to jump into Extasio versus Gamebreaker. Gamebreaker did bring Caitlyn, Teemo, Mushrooms as one of his 3 decks. Sorry.
Thanks
and Extasio,
to the
of
caster
course.
debuff, right? He won so much and went back on his word. So Panda forced him to bring a deck of his choosing.
I didn't force him.
And Gamebreaker,
he's the one.
Being a good sport, decided to take that challenge, especially with the new format, 3 decks, 1 ban. He was confident that he'd be able to fix any bad matchups with just very selective banning and offsetting that debuff with the lower bracket EU buff.
And I did give him the option of 3 different decks. I allowed him to choose between Mushrooms, Deep, and Scarground. So he had a wide pool of strategies to choose from, whichever fit his game plan best. And I also gave him the option to just not follow through with it at all, because of course this is a competitive tournament. I want him to feel, he had the best chances of winning, but he went up on his word and chose to bring that Mushrooms deck instead. It will be now, though, unfortunately, going to be Lee Sin on Gamebreaker's side, along with Pepsi-Cola, one of the 2 players that brought Lee Sin to this tournament. And it will be this mythical Ari Yasuo deck from Extasio.
The value is there, right? We've got the Sign in hand. We've got the Yasuo able to clear the board and just set up for like these better swings. Similar to how Darkness can sometimes get this overwhelming amount of removal, wipe your board, and even though you're very confident because of the amount of defenders you have, suddenly you find yourself unable to protect yourself. Because Extasio has gone deeper into Bandle City, there is 1 copy of Event Horizon in this deck as well, which can be very devastating for setting up a lethal swing or just stunning that Lee Sin.
And this might be the stage in the game where it is a Lee Sin waiting room for Gamebreaker. Seems to have, the Eye of the Dragon, seems to have a few different units, a full hand as usual, but no Lee Sin. It might be the case where he's just missing that key piece, wants to try and find it and draw it. Has to be careful not to burn the Lee Sin on the top deck, has to make sure he has only 9 cards in hand once the turn moves over.
So it's probably going to be recall into Otterpuss, cash in the prank immediately type of stuff. Homecoming's also nice to stop the Lee Sin. This is actually, it looks like to be one of the more difficult matchups for Lee Sin actually, with these Ionia mirrors, right? Because of Deny and Palm and Homecoming, it's very difficult to get that win condition to connect, and Lee Sin has sort of been forced out of the meta and is now trying to find its way back in. Probably hasn't started teching in things like Bastion yet.
Especially if there is no overwhelm on Lee Sin, then obviously you can just, if it's just a Dragon Kick, you can just recall for days, obviously, with this kind of, deck setup for Extasio. So, yeah, it might be problematic for Lee Sin to actually commit his OTK and have it go through.
So Gamebreaker might be opting for Zoe as a win condition, but then you have Yasuo.
And just a lot of elusives.
And a lot of elusives to keep that win condition under control as well. I don't know if this was his intention, but Extasio has found an angle to make Lee Sin seem like a little bit more of an in-control deck.
2 more drop bullets could come through here to just, again, threaten some elusive damage on the attack token turn for Extasio, dodging the Dragonlings, of course, as well in the process. That will be the case here. With the Yasuo as well, of course, a 4/4 styling quick attack. Very, very, scary to deal with for most of this board from Gamebreaker. Pranks right before the attack just to get some extra information.
And hitting the Zenith Blade is nice. It makes it difficult to set up, right, with the Lee Sin. You're just taxing your opponent's mana even further. Already down to 10 HP. This is just that battle of attrition, right, Panda, where the Eye of the Dragons aren't doing the defensive work that they need to. More cards being drawn from Extasio. It's only a matter of time before we get recall for Synen as well.
And usually when players are facing off against Lee Sin, they have like that Hush in the hand. They have that 1 or 2, 2 turns of answers to Lee Sin to not have to worry about 2 different attack token turns. But right now, Extasio has like 7. He has 2 bombs. He has a Homecoming. He has the Yasuo stun. He has many turns already saved up, kind of like when it's winter time. You have to save up food for the whole of the winter. It's kind of like that as well. He has all the food saved
Look
up.
at that
for the
grid
long
on
winter
his face. Looking at
that
the
Lee Sin is.
will.
There is 1 deny, though, in the hand here for Gamebreaker. I believe there are maybe 2 in the deck, possibly. So Singular Will not looking so hot unless the opponent is already under the 4 mana.
And we do have the update. This is game 3, so both players fighting to stay in the tournament here. Gamebreaker, who was winning so many tournaments here in the new year, on his last life in the lower bracket.
Lee Sin waiting room continues to be the Lee Sin waiting room. One of the biggest problems with this deck has historically been not finding Lee Sin to actually try and accelerate and commit to your win condition instead of just stalling out as usual. Here, some lifesteal coming through. That being said, double twin in hand, so you have a big amount of burst that can come through from the elusives, possibly. Yeah, I don't know you want to play the Palm here. You're going maybe for a big open attack next turn, but it's not going to matter the Dragonlings anyway.
Yeah, just to remove this Zoe, just make it so that this isn't going to be an issue going forward, I guess. Because, like we've said, there's a lot of answers against the Lee Sin, but Extasio is having trouble.
Lee Sin has been found.
Presenting lethal.
Even with twins here, you don't have quite enough range. You're going to expect there to be an answer as well from Gamebreaker, so just continues this stalled out board. Yasuo with quick attack, just getting chump blocked by the Dragonlings and the elusives. The damage the elusives do is always going to just be healed back by the Dragonlings, so kind of we're in this space where nothing is really happening for the last few turns. Lee Sin comes down in all his glory, trying to accelerate this stalled out condition on the board.
I think you would wait for the Zenith Blade to be put on the Lee Sin before you recall him to waste that value.
Or even just until attack comes in. There's no reason to do it now.
That is true.
The idea of burning mana at this point is doesn't really make sense because, your only goal here is to stop Lee Sin from attacking. There's nothing else you're doing on the board here because everything is so stalled out.
Yeah, you're at 20 HP, so there's still a lot of very specific cards that Gamebreaker needs in order to even threaten you from that much. There's no Dragonlings created this round, so there's not the extra wide damage coming through that sometimes Lee Sin enjoys to shore up this combo attack.
We get the list for Gamebreaker. There are 2 denies, 1 currently in hand. 1 might have been used before we jumped in here, so we did jump in on turn 7, but I assume not. I assume there wasn't a reason for Gamebreaker to pull out. It's an important piece of his deck in this matchup early on into the game. That will be Homecoming being set up here.
So recall the Lee Sin. That will force the deny, maybe?
And that would be ideal because now Singular Will, in theory, is going to just be much less likely to actually have an answer to it. It's going to be the case here. No deny, no second deny in hand here.
And now you're also getting Sign In Thousand Tailed back in your hand to get more card draw and an AoE buff.
There was a deny already last turn, right? When you tried to kill Zoe off onto the Concussive Palm. So that's both denies gone now. And Extasio knows that this Yasuo is about to karate chop or samurai sword slash a whole lot of people because there's going to be no answer to Singular Will if he wants to commit it for 10 mana.
Just bounce everything back to hand, draw 2 cards thanks to Chancing Droplet. Everything on the opponent's side takes 5 damage. Yasuo's going for the #1 headband here. But just goes for Sign In. It's like, it's too much value. He's mad with power, Panda.
And it's the elusives as well, especially. This is where you want to be pushing damage here.
Yeah, and then you get Steel Tempest from Yasuo. You just stun the Zoe out of the way.
And I think you want to not recall or kill off things yet because you don't want to give space for the Dragonlink to come in next turn to out heal this elusive damage. And you might actually be looking at maybe somewhere close to a Twin Disciplines lethal here with only 12 HP on the Nexus for Gamebreaker. You're looking at it. It's going to be an option here, but I'm not sure if it will be.
Yeah, look at the Homecoming once again.
I think Extasio's considering. He's considering just the chance at going for the lethal maybe here with Twin Disciplines.
Because you can Homecoming the Lee Sin, and then Gamebreaker can replay the Lee Sin, or has Concussive Palm here, because you're tapping under the deny now. This will actually kill the Lee Sin, pardon me, because Yasuo with the Sign In buff is actually a 6/6.
Ooh, that is true.
So you have to go for Twin Disciplines to put HP on the Lee Sin here. Stasio does not respond with his own Twin Disciplines because Lee Sin still leaves the board regardless.
No Dragon Links now to block here, so one more unit getting taken down by the Yasuo here. Now 5 HP on the Nexus. There is going to be space now for Dragon Links to come through, even when Lee Sin is played. That is a small silver lining here for Gamebreaker.
And so with Homecomings being cashed in, the Lee Sin has returned. There is still that Zenith Blade in the hand with Sonic Wave. We could see some final attempt at a lethal swing setup here. We do have, of course, double
Steel Tempest. We have the Concussive Palm. There's still, we talked about the long winter. We're now in I think we're aligning with the current time. We're close to February. There's still a little bit of winter left, but there are still options here for Extasio.
I know the root cellar is still well stocked.
Well, I don't know about well stocked, but he has, a small variety of different nuts that he saved up.
And so, so Lee Sin's trying to end the game. Zoe is on the verge of leveling up, but even with AoE lifesteal, that Singular Will is still in Extasio's back pocket as just a failsafe. Resetting this board, everybody's just going to burn a ton of cards as well.
And despite the level up, I think next turn it's going to be GG with the elusives. We'll see what the response is here from Extasio. Has a chance to Pokestick the Zoe right away. Maybe
because
stop.
There's triple Yasuo in the hand. Maybe not even... and this isn't, there's no overwhelm on the Lee Sin.
Mm-hmm.
Ooh, I like this.
This can't be notified. Denies have both been used already.
Yeah.
So you're pretty sure that this is going to go through.
Yeah, opting for the palm over the Pokestick to account for that. Also covers Hail Cascade.
And the elusive is also one elusive blocker that can potentially block what could be a lethal attack next turn with just the Dancing Droplets and the Conspirator alongside the Twin Disciplines, for example.
Yeah, so Gamebreaker's really up against a wall here. This is always such a bad thing to see, right? When you can't find that lethal with Lee Sin, your opponent's threatening you with the elusives. The Dragon Links just have not done enough to heal you up over the course of this game. With Sonic Wave, Resonating Strike, maybe you do get a little bit more.
The Lee Sin here stopping with the Hush, stopping the effect from the Yasuo, but now the Poke Stick comes out instead. I believe Zoe is 1 off of leveling up, or maybe still 2. And I think most of the cards that she's seen already have are cards that have been repeated already. So I think there might not be a way to level up here, but the Noble 5 definitely will come through here and stop this Poke Stick.
Nopify may be the final card. Leveling up Zoe's so important. It
Oh,
looks
yeah,
like
that
that
we're
is the
seeing.
case.
You get the spoiler from Gamebreaker's hand. The level up comes through. You can't be too happy about that if you are Extasio.
So now this kind of changes the matchup a little bit, because we've got AoE lifesteal now, potential for another elusive threat to start coming and threatening Extasio. Because as we said, you have so many tools to prevent Lee Sin from killing you, but actually removing the board and trying to go for lethal yourself is still a very tall order. And with no denies left, we could see a singular will set up here.
I think there's no way you can guarantee lethal, though.
Yeah, even by just wiping the board.
Making sure to also wipe the Lee Sin here, but there is going to be a Twin Disciplines in hand from Gamebreaker. This is going to be probably the first time that I've ever casted a singular will being played in a competitive tournament, so definitely a historic moment for myself. I think it's probably the same case for you, Scarzig, but no way to stop this. Both denies have already been used. Extasio knows this. I think you don't just blindly throw out a singular will and use up all your mana in a pivotal point in a game unless you know for sure that it will go through. That will be the case here. I don't even know what the animation looks like actually for this card. I've never seen it
So
played.
Gamebreaker actually does not protect the Lee Sin. He has a second one in hand. Just slams it down here. Has concussive palm still to stop this Yasuo from swinging. With no mana anymore, you can just set up the Zenith Blade here.
And that will be just the 1 damage from the droplet coming through after all that. But the biggest thing here is the fact that Extasio has managed to bleed out almost all resources from the hand of Gamebreaker and just completely destroy the board that was kind of the setup of that wall with the Eye of the Dragon, the Dragonlings, and the Zoe as well. Zoe now is top decked, but not many units to get keywords from here at this point, so nothing too scary. You still have the Steel Tempest in hand for Extasio to stop the attack from Lee Sin.
Yeah, you do grant elusive to the Lee Sin, but with the overwhelm and everything, you need to challenge something to get the doubled attack anyway. It's 10 damage right now with the Twin Disciplines in hand being threatened. Twin Disciplines plus Infernum is technically lethal if there weren't elusive blockers and a mess of stuns in Extasio's court. But overall, just I think a really fantastic display of kind of a rogue deck, making use of a very strong shell, but changing around some of the pieces to attack the meta from a different angle.
Still the option here for Deny to come through, for the Steel Tempest to come through. Still a lot of different options here for Extasio. Not really in a rush to commit to anything just yet. Gonna wait for the attack to come through and see what exactly Gamebreaker still has in hand. But very rare to see a Lee Sin player with close to an empty hand, being outvalued, being outgrinded by his opponent. But that is what we're seeing here, and I think Extasio still has the tools.
Yeah, I think I've only seen it like perhaps one other time. Here comes Infernum on the Zoe.
Nopify is going to be here to answer, or just let it go through.
So it's a lot of extra stats. Overwhelm. I think it's just because with the Steel Tempest and everything, you're just confident you'll be able to survive this regardless.
Survives on 2 and kills
does kill the Zoe. And then Twin Disciplines goes on to the Lee Sin, trying to still find that combo for victory, right? and then there will be...
You have deny as well to stop the kick if you choose that option.
Yeah,
so there
and
are
then,
still
and then deny to
different...
stop the dragon kick. I was gonna say, I was looking at the hand.
But you want to make sure you bleed out every single last card from the hand here for Game Breaker. Recall as well to stop the kick. Yeah, just so many different ways to stop
Yeah,
this.
I forgot about that. You can recall the target so the dragon kick doesn't resolve. You just take the natural overwhelm damage.
And I think definitely a smart decision to kill off the Zoe now. It is a unit that can maybe get, is hard to control, especially her giving, the keywords, everything as well will be a problem with elusive as well, as an elusive blocker even. Whereas now you can maybe just go for the lethal with double twin and with the 2 dancing droplets here as well. Guiding Touch is found here, a way to cycle possibly, but Sinon is going to come through, going to give that +1 attack to everything, going to maybe help here with an even bigger swing where Game Breaker has close to nothing now, only 1 card in hand, and you have a chance now to go for a huge swing here with the Yasuo and the dancing droplets.
Sonic Wave grabbed off of Conchologist, granting Challenger and threatening lethal here.
Guiding Touch has to be played. You find the 3rd Zoe, and that is not the card that tries to get you back into this game. It will be any amount of attack here pushed through on any of these units guarantees a lethal here, and that will be the case. Finally, Extasio takes this game 3, wins it with Yasuo against Lee Sin, and knocks Game Breaker, a player that's been on the hottest form we've seen this year, has been in 4 fight nights in a row, has won the last 2 of them, knocked out of the losers bracket, and that will be Extasio moving forward.
Yeah, Extasio moves forward, trying to fight out of the lower bracket to get that rematch now. It looks like Peps Cola actually did beat Ashirogi. So it is going to be, I believe, a rematch from earlier in the bracket. Both players trying to fight through, and we get to see a little bit more of Extasio's Targon's Peak, potentially.
And that will be then Pepsi Cola versus Extasio in the losers bracket semifinal. That will be coming up very soon. Because this is the midway point now in the tournament, we're going to a bit of a longer break, only 5 minutes instead of 3. But stay tuned for more Runeterra action as we finish off the losers bracket and finally are able to see if there will be a bracket reset or not in the grand finals today.
Hello, everyone, and welcome back to Fight Night Legends EU. My name is Scarzig, and I'm joined on the desk by ImpetuousPanda, and we are about to move through the rest of the lower bracket. Extasio and Peps Cola are meeting once again.
That's right. And usually I would be unashamedly, biased for the Spanish player. But now I can just say I'm biased for the decks because Extasio lines up with both things. He's also a Spanish player, but he's bringing some very, very spicy decks to the table here. Bringing Targon's Peak. He is by far one of the biggest success stories in terms of one-trick, players, in terms of just playing this deck that no one else is playing. No one else is taking seriously, kind of like Rico Rex with Overwhelm, but still finding so much success with it and really making people question, their entire, knowledge base of Runeterra, of matchups, and of, what makes a deck good, maybe even in some cases. And also maybe not doing the same with Ari Yasuo, just be game breaker on his Lee Sin, definitely one of the strongest players on Lee Sin, able to beat him and outvalue him as well, especially with his list. And this is the list. Ari Yasuo, very similar base of the deck to Ari Kennen, a lot of the same very strong Ionia spells, but has more of a stun approach with, of course, the Event Horizon with Singular Will, and overall seems like a very, very strong value-based deck.
Yeah, the Ari Kennen lists, as we've seen, have Sign in Thousand Tailed as just that extra, just fail-safe when the main win condition of Ari and comboing you doesn't really pay off. You can just draw a bunch of cards and then just outlast your opponent. And then now this deck wants to go all in on that. Doesn't have that early aggression and is going fully all in on the Sign N to grind you down. The biggest failing, as I said before, of Yasuo decks is the inability to find him consistently. And now we've got this beautiful Ionian Shell that has way more card draw than we've ever seen. And by getting rid of Kinko Wayfinder, you get to go deeper into Bandle City, and we see just even more value now being packed into the list with Conchologist, Otterpuss, also fantastic targets to recall to your hand and replay.
The second list we want to highlight is going to be Targon's Peak. Again, this is a list that initially people saw as a meme. Some players, brought it to tournaments and serious tournaments that did okay with it. Other players brought it to Fight Night.
Seasonal at one point too.
It's a possibility. I'm not sure. Definitely not in Europe, but in some region, I think it definitely, maybe in Southeast Asia or Asia.
I think it was, yeah.
It did find success somewhere. I think, maybe 4 or 5 months ago. I believe you are right.
Chat's fact checking us right now. I can hear them typing.
But it didn't really have the same, tier 1 or high tier 2, respect from that other decks do have from players. But Extasio is the one player that's really been pushing this. He was playing in the Spanish national finals in December, where he got second place at Latland. I was able to see that matchup live, actually, which is a great treat. But also has played it in tournaments the past month or so and has continued finding a lot of success with his deck. And I've been seeing it on ladder quite a bit more, I think, as well because of him. But currently in top 4 of Fight Night and has brought it and has done it with Targon's Peak. So definitely someone to watch out for, especially on this deck.
Yeah, and the match we did see earlier on the broadcast, Panda, for those of you who missed it, Extasio pulled out the win without drawing a single Targon's Peak. Played it just like a standard control list, got to that field of rush, and managed to close out. And that was an angle that I was actually shown by Coinflip, another player who was an early adopter and evangelist of this list. And Coinflip scrimmed with me and was telling me that you don't need Targon's Peak to win. You can play it just like normal Freljord control, get to feel the rush, and grab those victories. We've seen a huge blossoming of Freljord control and feel the rush in general. So I think that Targon's Peak also rising up with that trend does make a lot of sense.
And this is the one upside you have of being someone that really focuses on playing one deck and playing it very well. Every single possible, sequencing pattern. I don't expect Extasio to ever make a misplay, on this deck. And if he does, I'm instead going to doubt my own knowledge and say, what am I missing that he's doing this? And exactly. I think it's a misplay because he played the deck for so long, ever since it became a thing, ever since Targon's Peak probably came out. He was playing on ladder. He was, jokingly kind of pushing the agenda on Twitter, etc., like saying his deck is broken, his deck is cracked, how is no one playing this? But in recent months especially, the success has been proving his point, to be honest, with his deck. Bans come through, and look, there it is. Targon's Peak has so much respect now in his hands that it is being banned by Pepsi-Cola here, and it will be Darkness and Zoe Lee Sin going through for Pepsi, and that means that Ari Kennen is banned on his side. Will be Lurk versus Pepsi's Cola's Darkness to start things off. Does Lurk attack on turn 1? It does. All of a sudden, 10% win rate, buff to the Lurk deck.
Now, this matchup can definitely go south. It can go either way. Early catalyzers into, the Vagar, and you get that Darkness to just set up and clear the board. We did get a look at the list here from Pepsi-Cola. It's more board-based. We got the Yordle Captain, but there's no Withering Whale or anything that's going to be very detrimental to Lurk. There is one copy of Ruination, if I'm not mistaken, so that late-game development will get punished.
Hapless is very good here. I think with Lurk,
yes.
The key thing, these Lurk units, the attack grows, but the HP does not. So essentially, if you have chump blockers, if you could match 1-for-1 with their units in the early game, you're able to not take these huge, 6 attack hits or 7 attack hits, which is going to be the case here with Hapless. And the catalyzers, you have the blockers here to be able to just cleanly block some of these bigger attack units.
And also, you can see Pepsi-Cola trying to get maximum value out of this 1-drop, not blocking the 2-2, and says, well, I'm just going to save this because, look, now we get an even better trade of the 2-1. Taking 2 damage early doesn't matter. It's when you've traded away all of your chump blockers and Lurk is still developing and still pressuring you that things really start to go south. The predict options off of Chronomancer are very powerful here. I like the Snapjaw Swarm to be able to just slam it down on your off turn if Pepsi-Cola doesn't develop post-combat here.
And we'll see what the option will be here. It looks like it's going to be the Snapjaw Swarm indeed for Extasio. And a big attack coming in here. Saving the 3-3 in the backline, not wanting to give that trade off to the Catalyzer, it looks like. No mana for any spells here in hand for Pepsi, so it's just going to be a full attack that has to be blocked here. It will be the Hapless Aristocrat. Now at this point, you're maybe happy to block because you do have the backup with the Vile Feast to be able to take this down, even if it's a 2-for-1.
Mm-hmm. And you still get the 1-1 to threaten the 2-1. So overall, I do like it. I think that you still would go for the Snapjaw Swarm here. Getting that extra Lurk on your off turn is great. You've also got Call the Pack to guarantee.
Mm-hmm.
And you're seeing that there's no Vagar development here. You're just trying to keep up the pressure, I think, from this point.
Darkness is discounted here to 2 mana, but still not enough to really do anything here. The pass instead from Extasio. I can't say I'm much of a Lurk player, so I'm not entirely sure, the sequencing order and the game plan he's going for, aside from just going face with big fish. But we will be seeing. Taking it, I think, a little bit more patient than I expected. I expected a full swing on the last tactical turn. Instead, he opted to go for kind of a more value-oriented, where he would only get good blocks, or rather bad blocks for his opponent. So we'll see what the game plan is going to be here for Extasio. Obviously, the longer you go against Darkness, the worse it gets. The Darkness gets buffed up. The Darkness gets discounted in its mana cost. And things get dicier and dicier.
And by taking a more measured response, we could see that come back to haunt him. But it really comes down to the quality of Pepsi-Cola's draws. We got a wide swing being set up here with the Waking
Feast
Sands.
Played proactively here to get the Spiderling to block that Ephemeral possibly with a 1-1. Overall, seems to have very good control of the current board situation. And there isn't really that many huge threats in hand for Extasio either.
So, beautiful swing setup. Lurk is guaranteed because of the Chronomancer. Dunebreaker will be the next draw. And again, just trying to clear out this board. Once you can force your opponent to trade down, that Snapjaw Swarm that was grabbed earlier seemed to be being saved as a silver bullet, right? To sneak in some damage against an open board, or maybe force a trade against a Senna or a Vagar.
I'm not sure what kind of bullet Vengeance is, but it's a pretty strong one in terms of being able to take down any of the big threats that are developed, like this Doombreaker here for Pepsi-Cola on the next turn, possibly. Or it could just be a double Darkness. Also, works fine.
Yeah, this is a beautiful setup. Unfortunately, no Rek'Sai procs, no Death from Below picked up. It's going to be very difficult to take the Senna down from this point. And now with all of the lurkers also being cleared out and chumped down, something like a Jawfish isn't going to be the big blowout that you'd like to see either. Hammer Snout.
I think anytime you say all of the lurkers or someone that's tabbed out of the stream, thinking, is he talking about me? let me watch what these guys are talking about.
The more
And then he
lurkers
sees
you
actually
have,
lurk
the
being
stronger
played.
this deck gets, Panda. I know that from experience.
I'll keep that in mind.
But yeah, again, just trying to get this wide board, trying to keep the tempo up. Pepsi-Cola has done a fantastic job of defense here. The early Hapless, the Vile Feasts. And now even Senna going down, she's done her job.
Gonna have the Darkness to take down the Doombreaker here, but can't save herself. Doesn't have the mana for the Vengeance as well. Might just go for, might just save the Darkness instead. We're gonna see what he wants to go for here. Can get just a clean 1-for-1 with a Road Maker.
Yeah, I like that. The 4 HP does offset a ton of that overwhelm damage, and by saving the Darkness, you get to kill the Under Titan. The way this matchup typically goes is if Darkness does not draw enough early units, they get overrun, especially with the Xerxai Hatchling, for example. But Death from Below is picked up. We can answer a Vagar with this or a second Senna.
I have to say, with not playing Lurk myself, obviously I know what all the different cards do, but the exact titles, my brain just doesn't really say the names. It just saves like the image and what they do, and seeing them a lot. So when you're saying every single exact, Under Titan, Doombreaker, I'm like, yeah, that's what that card was called. I just see him, I was like, oh, this fish that looks like this is the next fish, the other fish, the bigger fish.
I know that's the purple alien monster with Fearsome. But we see here Call to Pack puts Death from Below back on top, so that you can just get more units. Unfortunately, with Caller being generated off of Call to Pack, if you predict that that Death from Below will get shuffled back in.
Hapless now found, and I mean, you have Lifesteal, you have still chump blockers for days. There's no real massive threats here. It seems like Darkness is in a spot to really take over here. You got the Lifesteal as well now from the Ixtali. Back up to 18 HP. No board for your opponent. No hand really either.
We've got Miss Call. Just do a 1-for-1 block. And then just Miss Call to bring Ixtali Sentinel back. Rek'Sai is being picked up from the Caller to get a +2 this round. But if you play the Rek'Sai down and hope for that level up, there's a Vengeance waiting for her. Vengeance number 2 in the deck. Even Stress Defense. This matchup, you need to snowball early in order to win, and Pepsi-Cola has completely held down the fort and is just on a pure trajectory here.
Attack here with the Ixtali blocking. This means that a miscall can be used on this turn as well.
Yeah, I like it. Gonna go for Conch. Going a little bit wider. If you miss Call, then that means that Extasio goes for Death from Below to put one more thing in the death pool. It feels so bad to sit on Death from Below like this, right? He's saving it for Vagar, unfortunately.
And now the value game is definitely in Pepsi's hand. Has a Stalking Shadows.
Stalking Shadows off of Conch. Pick up the Rekindler.
Yes,
go
please.
Mad with power. Brings back Senna guaranteed.
Extasio has been playing a very flashy game with his Targon's Peak and his Yasuo, and now Pepsi-Cola is going to give it right back to him. Hit him with a Stalking Shadows into Rekindler game plan, while Extasio has really nothing to do here. No hand. It's going to be a massive swing coming in already. The Senna comes in. The Darkness can still be played here with the mana discount only for 1 mana now.
Yeah, you've got... And even if you Death from Below the Senna, the Darkness is still in hand. You just kill Pike immediately. Rek'Sai's at 10 attack.
It's still 20 HP though, because Ixtali came in and was able to heal off of both of those combat swings. Back up to 20, so still very far away from there ever being any kind of lethal swing here with the Vengeance especially.
And also big shout out to Yordle Captain. 5-5 Rekindler and 5-5 Senna.
Now, after the attack is committed, we're going to see the Death from Below coming through onto the Senna. Nothing you can do here if you're Pepsi. Just, hit the OK button, the big blue button. And now you can play out the Darkness onto the Pike after the fact.
So here's how you win, Panda. This Rek'Sai gets played. Well, no. You draw a card.
GG.
You have to draw another
The Rek'Sai
lurker.
gets played. GG. All right. Thanks, Scarzig. Great game plan.
You have to put Pike on top here to get a second death from below, so he levels up and wipes the board.
Oh.
There's the vengeance on the Rek'Sai.
Comes through.
And you've got to attack with the collar here to get your death from below. And then you miscall to bring Rekindler back. And so now we've got a beautiful wide board.
Then the Shen emote comes in, and then the surrender from Extasio. We will see now if there's any way to stop this. I believe there isn't going to be.
And so then that is the level up on the Pike into the board wipe.
Mm-hmm.
Darkness does kill the Pike. We get to see the cool animation of the board wipe, but it's not enough, unfortunately.
And then Pepsi Cola hits him with the third Rekindler of the game.
There's only one in the deck, Panda.
Well, not by these rules there isn't. That's like when we saw Sign-In played 7 times by Sir Donald a few weeks ago, despite having only one in the... He leveled up the cannon with the Sign-In despite only having one in the deck, but that is the case when you're able to replay things. Oh!
Do it! Miss
The
call.
1 in 6, the
Please,
1 in 6.
Do it! Get the Rekindler!
Yes.
Do it! The Rekindler is guaranteed anyway. Miss call and just flex. Because if you get Yordle Captain back, you can just develop wide. We're going mad with power right alongside Pepsi Cola. This is a fiesta. Oh, it gets caught. Aw. But yeah, in a Oh! Rek'Sai at the top. Hang on. Extasio fighting for his life right now, borrowing some of the protagonist energy from the Targon's Peak, funneling it into the Lurk deck. What does Rek'Sai get when she levels up? She adds 3 Lurkers to your hand. We've got a Jawfish. I did get a quick glimpse there. A Snapjaw Swarm?
Does she add a rally effect as well? I think we need a rally effect. Let me get an Aegis. Anyone got an Aegis for me?
What a Rite of Negation in the deck? But no. We've got Jawfish. Really unfortunate. The open attack will come through. Yeah, because of Black Spear, because of Vile Feast, you can just keep clearing these units over and over and over again. The Vile Feast as well for the 1 HP unit.
The 7th Shen emote. This game has been definitely a roller coaster of emotions. I always expect, Shen emote surrender, but now finally we get the classic Shen emote surrender comes through. Game 1 goes to Pepsi. It was longer than we expected. Had a few different twists and turns, but the outcome was the same despite turn 1 attack token. Extasio's messing up the stats. You had to win that one. Instead, takes the loss, and Pepsi now 1 game away from advancing to the loser's final.
To be fair, Conchologist actually hard carried that game. Such strong.
Not Rekindler.
pulls.
Definitely Conchologist. Not the 7 Rekindlers that were played.
Because it was Conchologist into Stalking Shadows.
Right. That's true.
To
that's
get
true.
the
that's
extra
true.
Rekindlers,
Right.
and then it picked up the Black Spear at the end. So it was just a little bit running out of resources. And we had the Jawfish generated off of level 2 Rek'Sai. Really unfortunate. But now we've got Lurk versus Lee Sin. This is going to be a nightmare.
And Extasio channeling his, Yugi main protagonist energy once again gets attack token on 1. There is a 10% difference in win rate when this deck gets attack token on 1 compared to 2. And that is a true stat. You can, I think it was Balco possibly that posted on Twitter, maybe one of the analysts, one of the fantastic analysts in the community posted it and actually showcased that this is definitely the deck that has the biggest disparity between win rates depending on what turn they attack on.
Mm-hmm. And it is important to note that a lot of Lurk scholars do, remind the people that you do need to change your mulligans, right? For turn 1 and turn 2. You lose out on like that free statistical buff, but that does not mean you're out of the game. But having the attack token on 1 versus Lee Sin in a matchup where you have to be as aggressive as possible is exactly what Extasio wants to see here.
The wall is being set up. Can this wall, is it strong enough to keep out these fish that just get bigger and bigger? We will find out very soon, but the Dragonling is going to be fantastic. Not so great at blocking the Fearsome, for example, but still, the Pill Cascade able to help keep his Eye of the Dragon alive. And now, Dragonlings, the wall, the lifesteal has already been set up. And it might just be another one coming because another Gifts from Beyond has been drawn. It might be the Holy Trinity of Eye of the Dragons set up here.
We've also got Death from Below on this pike, with all of the mana being cast now onto getting this Eye of the Dragon out. You can Death from Below, kill this fresh Eye of the Dragon, set up for this pike to come down. Go for the tempo play. No deny for this. Perfect setup. And the problem with Eye of the Dragon is a lot of aggro players will take a lot of passes, right? You just keep floating mana, keep drawing cards, trying to fish for that burn game plan, and denying the lifesteal by not attacking. But Lurk is more forced to attack. So this is going to be pretty devastating here. There's Concussive Palm, there's Hush, a lot of ways to offset the damage that's about to come through.
We'll see what the attack looks like for Extasio here. Both of the 3/2s obviously not really benefiting at all from attacking here because of the Dragon Links. Probably going to opt to just attack with a Fearsome, the Pike, and possibly the 4/6 as well. Or maybe just these two. You might even be scared of maybe a Twin or some kind of attack buffing spell being played out to obviously get the Dragon Links for next turn for the Eye of the Dragons, which is why you keep the Fearsome on the bench instead.
Yeah, so I do like this outcome. You're taking down, that's 2 out of 3 Eye of the Dragons killed. No lifesteal being gained for that round. And now Lee Sin comes down. Close to leveling up, going to start controlling the board here. And as long as you can kick these big units back to the hand, just remove them outright, you are good to go.
And we're still a little bit too far away from the Jawfish coming into play and really, maybe having a massacre on this board here. We'll see if Lee Sin can end the game or accelerate, the game plan here before that can happen, because back-to-back Jawfishes are something that I assume Pepsi won't be able to survive.
Yeah, even with a very narrow board of lurkers, because the Jawfish, it's like Riptide Rex where it just fills up the stack.
Exactly.
One deny isn't going to do it. You can use that's pretty much it. It's just one deny. There's no Will of Ionia, no Homecoming.
There is a level of damage going through. No Overwhelm though on Lee Sin, so still, a fairly healthy 10 HP here. And only one Dragonling now, so much more manageable here. And now you maybe start considering going for the full swing. Chronomancer comes in to guarantee the lurk. We're going to have the Under Titan coming through.
Under Titan can also be developed here.
I'm learning, Scarzig. I'm learning. I'm making sure to have my, fish encyclopedia all filled out by the time this series is over.
I know, get out your bingo cards. I think we've seen every lurker developed here, except Jawfish, actually. So we'll see if we can get that scratched off for this game here in a couple rounds. And you can see the development here. You know that you aren't going to be pushing through considerable amounts of damage. You're giving your opponent a lot of free value with the lifesteal, the potential to buff the Dragonling with a Twin Discipline or something to get even more lifesteal is not really what you want to do. And by setting up this wide board, it means your Jawfish is going to strike with, 4 or 5, wipe the board, and set up into an even stronger open attack. That's Concussive Palm number 2 being cashed in by Pepsi-Cola.
There's enough for lethal, though. There's enough for lethal. He actually taught the Twin Disciplines, and now there's enough for the lethal swing here with the Lee Sin with an open attack before any of these 3 Jawfishes can be played out. You drew exactly enough with a twin there to guarantee the kick without the overwhelm.
How many of those twins were copies of Lee Sin?
This is the thing. Extasio was thinking, there's no overwhelm. He's going to have to give me a chance to play Jawfish if he plays out the spell before attacking. But because he had enough damage buffs to just go straight into the Lee Sin kick and just do it off that damage, it was enough there. Wow, we were ready to see an explosion.
I wonder if you realized how close it really came. Both of those games were razor thin. When you can see both hands, you can see everything that's at play. You can see how close these games really are. From just a one-sided perspective, it's just like, oh my god, they played Lee Sin and then they killed me. But so close there.
And that was a problem. The full swing didn't happen because Extasio was thinking, again, if there isn't overwhelm on Lee Sin, he has to go through this step at, you know, slow speed on his attack turn. He's not going to open attack. He doesn't have maybe enough attack buffs to just straight up do it. But with the twin top deck, that was exactly enough to do it, and ends up winning the game there and winning the series and knocking out Extasio and his very spicy lineup out of it. Still top 4. You have to be, I think, very proud of the results with the lineup he brought, especially, I think, you know, maybe also, you know, giving some inspiration to players on ladder, maybe thinking about playing Targon's Peak, playing Ariaso, for example.
And I mean, it was a shame to see Lurk go 2-0 there, but I've been a big fan of the deck, and I think it really just showcased that the deck can go the distance, even in very unfavored circumstances. I liked the line that Extasio was going for there in the second game, setting up for the Jawfish, and without that specific top deck, without double palm, it was very, very good draws from Pepsi-Cola for sure, but very clean play besides, and any of these players definitely, you know, moving on is no surprise.
And Lurk, in a tournament setting, has always disappointed me, and that seems to continue to be the case. 2 losses there for Extasio. Extasio, I think you had to believe in the memes, my friend, and brought out one of your other... Well, Targon's Peak was banned, but maybe at least Ariaso there. It won against Gamebreakers. Lucin could have won against Pepsi's there as well. But in the end, Lurk not quite doing it for Extasio, and he is eliminated now with a top 4 placement. Pepsi will be advancing to face off against Tilkos in the losers final, and that will be coming up after this very short now, only 3-minute break. So stay tuned. And don't go anywhere as we, you know, start finishing off today's tournament with 2 finals coming up, losers final, and then the grand finals with a chance at a bracket reset.
Hello, everyone, and welcome back to Fight Night Legends EU. We're just about to jump through the losers finals to figure out who is going to take on Thomas for the grand finals.
Thomas makes it sound like very formal. I'm not used to like first names being used.
I
don't know why
right?
I've been playing a lot of TFT, so I just think about Tom Kent, and I'm like, damn, Scarzig calling out Tom Kent like that. But Thomas OW, yes, our Czech player, that is his name. You're very right. But very looking forward to this set between Pepsi and Teal'cos. It is a rematch. We did see this before, and it is a rematch in which Pepsi had a bit of a blunder with Lee Sin. Didn't have had a chance to put up a barrier, didn't do so, maybe lost the match because of it. But despite that, Pepsi has regained his mental, didn't just kind of tilt off of that mistake, or maybe go into like a downward mental swing because of that, and instead has now found himself in the top 3 of this tournament and in this losers final. I think hungry for a chance for the revenge against Teal'cos. So we'll see if that ends up being how things pan out for this matchup.
Yeah, Pep Skola's got a really high momentum off that strong win we just saw in the previous set. And now you get your chance at redemption, right? I mean, Teal'cos is also fighting for a chance to get the rematch versus Thomas, which was the player that sent him to the losers bracket in the winners finals. But both of these players kind of know their lineups, know the matchups, and are just willing to shuffle the cards and do it again. I certainly do expect the same bans. We'll take a closer look now at Sivir Akshan, which is a list we haven't had a chance to examine quite yet.
And Sivir Akshan is a list that, used to be very, very oppressive in the meta, very hated back when the Rune Runner was, what it was, and a few of these cards weren't changed. But over time, I think we've both seen this change where it's now a very respected deck. It's a deck that is much more fair in what it tries to do, but still gives players with the right skill set, a lot of different avenues to really make the best use of their player agency, of understanding where they can push and where they can pressure in the early and mid game, and find a lot of ways to punish decks, either with things like Cataclysm, things like rally effects, obviously with Sivir and Akshan, and always a deck that I think is for players that like Demacia and like mid range and like this kind of game plan. It's always a very fun deck to watch and to learn from. I think in every match we see these top players play.
Yeah, even every game where you win, there's always something you could go back and rewatch the game and maybe find an even cleaner line, or games where you lost, there's probably something you could have done a little bit differently. Speaking of doing things differently, we do notice the Vicurin Bruiser as a 3-of in the 5-mana slot. We've seen a lot of decks opting for Screeching Dragon lately, but this build going for Vicurin Bruiser means that you just want the better stat line on average. You don't need Challenger if your opponent's being forced to block, and you just get better keyword sharing.
And looking at the deck itself, though, do you see anything that seems to be out of place or something to highlight? I think overall, maybe the 2-ofs or 3-ofs might change on certain cards, but overall, nothing seems to be too out of place here. You still have the 2 Shapestones, but the nerf.
I would probably cut 1 Sergeant for a 3rd Vagabond. Is probably the only change I would make, because we've seen how important it is to get that Warlord's Palace, where it ticks down, and then you get that predict draw to find that next card that's really going to seal the deal on the game, where you don't have a lot of draw power, but when you set up scenarios where Golden Aegis or Cataclysm or Concerted Strike just puts your opponent in the dirt, there's no way for them to come back from that tempo swing, and you just cruise to victory off of that. I certainly would like to see that a little bit more, but having a 3-4 versus a 3-3 is just nice versus other mid-range decks, and maybe we can see here where Teal'cos was maybe anticipating a bit more of a mid-range meta going into this format change.
And look at the lineups from a more general perspective for both of these players. We're going to have a chance to maybe look at the bans and the actual in-client ban phase from these players as well very soon. But just as a reminder, we saw this matchup before. It is a rematch, and as you mentioned, I think the bans will be changing. There isn't too much of a surprise element here when both players are running Ari Kennen. I think it's pretty clear cut, especially with the decks that are running alongside Ari Kennen, that it will be the ban on either side. Sequencing might change, the queuing order of decks, that might be the strategic element that does change for this series compared to the last one. But I think the bans phase will be the same, and it will be the Demacia-based lineup from Teal'cos with, as we're mentioning here, Akshan Sivir, but also Shyvana Pantheon or is it Taric Pantheon? It might be Taric Pantheon.
I think Teal'cos is on the Taric version. Let me double check. No, it is Shyvana. Pardon me.
It is Shyvana. All right. So Shyvana Pantheon for Teal'cos, and for Pepsi Cola, it will probably be Darkness and Lee Sin being pushed through, with the Ari Kennen getting banned. I think that's what ended up happening last time, and I think now Pepsi will be on top of his game in terms of keeping Lee Sin alive in any matchup that he's played.
And for any viewers as well, don't forget to follow the new Giant Slayer channel. All the Giant Slayer events have been consolidated into a new Twitch channel, GiantSlayerTV. If you're watching on the wrong channel, shame on you. Make sure you click over and hit that follow. That way you can be notified not just for Fight Night EU, but of a plethora of Giant Slayer events for all the Riot games they now cover.
We are seeing the numbers. We're seeing you guys all making the bad play of watching this on the old channel. That old channel will expire. It will evaporate. And if you are not on, the new hype train, you don't get that ticket right now. There might not be a ticket later on.
You got to start earning those channel points.
Exactly. There might be some gambas being submitted and then you're not going to have those channel points. So right away, all the points you have on this channel, they're going to evaporate. They're going to disappear. That's how inflation works. And you can't transfer them either. So you guys are screwed. Use them now while you can. Highlight your text purple, whatever you have to do. But this is the last chance you're going to have. I don't know what options there are even. I don't use any of this stuff. Usually I just chat.
We'll figure it out. We'll figure it out. But again, you just got to make sure you're following the right channel. Because again, especially with Fight Night NA being moved to Monday, you're going to need that extra reminder.
Exactly. I won't be there to just get into your ear and tell you, hey, or Scarzig, 6 p.m. Eastern time, midnight European time. We won't be there. You have to be an adult and do it for yourself. So this is the first step, is following the right channel. So you already have that fail-safe on your Twitch, on your followers side. You just see, oh, they're live. It's Monday. I'm going to watch this.
And that's what we want to see, right? And NA gets a little bit of a boost. They get to see how the EU meta played out a few days prior and then get to put that into their lists, and their bans and their ideas to see what's actually sick. And who knows, is Yasuo going to be the new wave that's going to cross the ocean and infect NA?
It might seem inconsequential, but I believe it was I'm not sure who it was. One of the analysts, I think, mentioned it on Twitter, but the meta will be changing more rapidly now with different tournaments on different days and tournaments being able to learn from each other as, EU and NA contrast between rounds or between weeks as well. But here's the banning phase. Again, I wouldn't expect anything too different from Ari Kennen being banned on both sides. We'll see if that will be the case here or not. We are now looking at this from Teal Coast's perspective.
And it's like, on paper, you can see angles where a lot of these decks can find the way to beat Ari Kennen, but it just always has some pivot, some way to shore up those bad matchups. So it's better just to ban it right out. And the Out of Darkness and Lee Sin, I think that that Darkness is probably going to be the more difficult one to take down. They've got a lot of chump blockers, especially Peps Cola's build has a lot more units in it, playing towards that Yordle Captain, and the missed call to offset a lot of trades where you're trying to maybe set up a rally that gets maybe punished by a very key unit like a Senna or an Ishali Sentinel being brought back to life. So
once again, just to mention the matchup data, this Akshan server list does have a 60% win rate in theory against Darkness. So I think in a tournament setting and with, the pilots that we have here, I think it might not be that skewed, but overall a bit of a higher win rate chance for Teal Coast to start things off here.
Yeah, just very strong draws from both sides, right? We got the 1-drop for Teal Coast. We've got the Vagabond to start getting that pressure down. Cataclysm, very strong in this matchup because you're always going to have the stat line advantage in this matchup. And then we've just got the Sergeant, right? A 3/4 does really nice work on the board, sets up that 4 Demacia line that if Peps Cola ever falls behind, there's always that threat as well. Not just a rally, but just one massive swing in general.
And there's the budget Vagabond coming, or budget action rather, coming down online. The Vagabond bringing out the Palace onto the board, starting to get that counter ticking down to get that value later on down the line. Without auction on turn 2, this is kind of the play you have to, submit to.
Mm-hmm. And it's important to note that Teal Coast is just hovering this Sergeant, right? You get to play 3 mana this turn, float that final mana, keep that spell mana up, so you have the flexibility with your combat tricks in the following turns. If you play Sivir out too early, it becomes very easy for Darkness to just pop that spell shield inconsequentially with a Vile Feast or a Pokey Stick, and then answer the Sivir down the road at their leisure.
So just more units being played, more tempo on the board. with the Treasure Seeker coming down, giving you the Sandstone Charger into hand as well. The key thing will be here, of course, the Sivir coming down next turn, but that's already now Vhagar coming down and no way to take it down just yet.
We could see a play of something like Sharpsight Cataclysm. If you wanted to answer the Vhagar, you're also getting by the Mist's Call, while that's not a threat here, to just bring him back to life.
It is expensive, though.
Yeah, it's very expensive. You just have to ask yourself, is it worth it? You might need to, because Catalyzer's already connected. If Vhagar also ticks up, then the darkness is at 4, potentially 5. And
looks
then
like it's going to be the play here.
Yeah, your bruisers and stuff are going to start getting answered 1 for 1, and then you just can't exist on the board anymore. Especially with Senna in hand, this is looking to be a very powerful snowball.
Going to be the Sharpsight onto the Vagabond, followed up to the Cataclysm as well. With only 2 mana available for Pepsi, there's no way to really stop this. No stress defense possibilities. Overall, you're going to feel pretty safe. There isn't any kind of card that can stop this from happening here. So 5 mana to take down Vhagar is an expensive trade, but it also does help you speed up your Warlord's Palace counter, so it's not all in vain, at least.
And so the Sergeant hits, trying to set up a wide board, but Darkness, you know, it's a mid-range deck disguised as a control deck, has pretty decent stat lines heading up the curve here.
Yeah, the Roadmaker makes this a very awkward attack. You wanted to go maybe for full swing, but now with the 3/4 stat line on the Roadmaker, it makes that not so appealing, and you just used up a Sharpsight as well. That could have been a combat trade that could have forced a good trade in this case. No longer available.
There is the play of Waking Sands. Just get a 5/2 to eat the 2/2, push through some damage. If you don't do anything here and you save the 2 spell mana, I wouldn't fault you, but Teal'cos, I think, recognizes the implications here. Catalyzer and Roadmaker working in tandem turn Darkness into a very flexible tool from this position, right? 2 mana deal 3 is just so strong against a lot of these stat lines that are being threatened.
And there's the attack here now instead, damaging the Sergeant to put it, you know, closer to just a kill point with, you know, things like Pokestick or Vile Feast. There's a Concerted Strike being drawn, but not much of a board really for Teal'cos yet. Has to put down the Sivir at some point. The Spell Shield will help, but there's going to be, you know, things like Pokestick with the discounted Darkness even as well. With Senna on the board now, even you know, scarier as well.
And uses the Brightsteel Protector to protect the 3/3. Pepsi has done this play before, where you have the Darkness in hand, but you're just going to hold on to it, right? There's not a good attack for Senna anymore in order to double up on the Darkness. Merciless Huntress, fantastic top deck here to get this threat down. Teal'cos has done a great job of kind of containing Pepsi from really running away with the game, but has struggled to develop any true threats of his own. So Conchologist, a lot of strong options here. If you take Glimpse Beyond, that probably means you aren't too confident in your current hand. The other 2 options were fun, but not really what you're looking for, I suppose.
A lot of value still in the hand, though, for Pepsi. I don't think he's too worried about having to just draw more. I think it was just the best option of the 3, to be honest.
Yeah, the group shot isn't quite strong enough to matter, and then the Quicken also gets offset by a lot of combat tricks. You'd really only want to use it on your own Vhagar, for example, to maybe save him from a Concerted Strike, or recycle the Conchologist and try again.
Having to play a Shapestone here proactively just to pop the landmarking and maybe get some space on the board for a Sandstone Charger.
I think this is the second time we've seen Teal'cos go for this line. Rather than going for a predict draw, just going for a wider swing instead. Burst, speed, 5/2.
Just trying to get, you know, the most damage currently. We saw the cheeky play with a proactive play just to make sure there was a slot to get the Sandstone Charger out once that landmark did pop. And there's going to be a stress defense saving the Senna, and nothing that Teal'cos can do here. Has Concerted Strike, but you know, I don't think you really want to expend it when most of the units you're going to be using are going to be at the mercy of Darkness with Senna still up, for example. So just not just too risky, just doesn't make any sense really.
And so, a lot of good options in the hand, to be honest. But we need Recurrent Bruiser, we need Akshan to get the Sentinel's Palace now ticking down. But it might be too late the longer this game goes. You know, Pepsi-Cola does still have that one copy of Ruination in the deck list that we haven't seen come into play yet, but is always a factor that his opponents have to worry about.
This will be the Merciless Hunter into the Sivir. I assume now with the Spell Shield and the Darkness having been played out. There is still one more in hand. There is still also the Pokestick as well that we see there. So I think maybe you want to save the Sivir for next turn. But at the end of the day, I think there's always going to be an answer for Sivir, right? There's always going to be that the Darkness that's always going to appear there in hand, and then always going to be the Pokestick backup.
It's so surprisingly difficult to answer Senna without a removal spell, because anything that you challenge her with or force her to block, she can use the Darkness to save herself at fast speed. It's really so potent, and the difference of Stilted Robemaker versus not over the course of these turns have been massive, to be able to remove the board and also just keep playing out cards.
The proactive barrier here might be big though on the Sivir, just to get that the extra bit of defense that going to require 3 different spells being thrown at her face to try and take her down with the barrier and the spell. We'll see if that will be the play from Teal'cos.
Yeah, and then you also have some resiliency for your Concerted Strike. But if you open attack, you do get the Spell Shield. Just cast on the open attack here.
That will be the play here. Going to be winning the board, going to be pushing through a little bit of damage, but of course there might be an answer here to this Sivir.
Yeah, because we've got Pokestick plus Darkness. No, Darkness is only at 3 damage, actually, isn't it?
Ooh. That might be the case, and that's actually a pretty big, pretty important thing here for the Sivir not to be killed off by just 1 Darkness.
And with the vulnerable here, forcing the block, Missed Call is not as strong of an option as you'd like it to be.
Ooh, gonna have to use the Electric Harpoon instead. So still gonna have to use 3 spells to try and take on the Sivir here.
Yeah, so the Electric Harpoon is accelerated to fast speed thanks to Senna's effect. And now we've got Concerted Strike to take her down.
And now you can use the Glimpse Beyond. You have the mana for it. Or, yeah, you can't really wait for the Missed Call because there's going to be more units in that graveyard pool for this turn. So Glimpse to find some extra value. This is going to come down to just, both players expending a lot of their hands here on this one pivotal turn. Sivir being taken down, the board being cleared out here.
And with double Missed Call now in hand, with Dark Bulb Acolyte, there is a lot of board clears yet to be had for Pepsi-Cola's side.
But now Teal'cos is in trouble. He has to top deck something good as this Ixtali is going to be for Pepsi. Yeah, this is looking a bit problematic here for Teal'cos. Now, I'm not sure he's going to have what it takes to outvalue Darkness from this point, even if your opponent's only at 9 HP.
Yeah, because it's just the amount of darkness. There's 1 Darkness in hand, another Darkness generator. We've got Missed Call. You can't really push through any damage from this position.
The Sivir not surviving that last turn, especially losing the keywords on the rest of the units that we're attacking, means that the board is no longer, skewed in your favor. And now you can't really push damage here, especially now with the Ixtali on the board.
Yeah, so Darkness just comes through to keep this board narrow. Hapless Aristocrat also joining the fight as a great blocker. Teal'cos has plenty of HP, but from this position, it's just... You can't force anything through.
Maybe some big attacks here will maybe force a block and a kill onto the Ixtali. But the rest of it will just be chump blocks, and you're still healing here as well. And
you take
still
6, then you heal back up.
Ooh, I like this.
And then
I like
you can Missed Call the Ixtali.
Not blocking at all.
Guaranteed.
Yeah. Is it possible? Yeah, I guess it is possible to not. No, you can't. Absolver's too much. I think the possibility of it. Because I think what Pepsi wants to do here is just Missed Call twice here and just get 2 more Ixtalis. I think he's thinking through everything, and just gonna accept it. And now he can Missed Call twice, guarantee Ixtali on both.
Doesn't go for the Absolver there to put lethal onto the stack.
Wouldn't have mattered with the Vile Feast regardless.
Yeah, you would still be able to survive with 1 HP. But now Ishtali Sentinel comes out of the missed call. Continues removing the board. Another missed call. Wow. This is where missed call is at its most powerful. Even though Pepsi-Cola is down to 2 HP, we're about to heal all the way back up to full. No rally to capitalize on that very brief advantage that Teal'cos had in this first game.
And I do expect us to surrender. Maybe not surrender. I mean, yeah, probably surrender. I mean, the healing here is massive. There's not really much you can do here. You're losing your whole board.
There's a Veigar top deck.
If he's
not going to surrender now, as soon as Veigar hits the board, that'll be all she wrote.
Going to block only one of the 2 Ixtalis here, but still, I think it's just too much to deal with at this point. You're too far behind. You're depending on your top decks to win. This darkness comes through. Well, yeah, I think as you mentioned, once you see the Veigar come down, it's going to be an instant surrender at that point. Because he's leveled up as well, and well, Scarzig, well, a little tease there, trying to make us not look too smart. Wanted to go, there we go. There's a surrender. So we've been casting for too long, Scarzig. We know all the surrender patterns. We know exactly when one thing happens. That's the where the straw breaks mentally, and that's where the surrender comes in. And that will be the case in this, almost not quite a repeat of that first series we saw, because we did see Darkness losing, I believe, against Oxygen Silver. In this case, Darkness able to get the win here in game 1 in what is considered an unfavorable matchup, but a lot of things didn't really go Teal'cos' way, I think. And near the end of the mid game, really things started to get out of control, especially when that Sivir died. Especially,
I think the definitely the biggest break point was being forced to do that Sharp Sight Cataclysm line to take down the Veigar. Because if you didn't go for that line and you save the mana, Veigar just sits on the back line, and the darkness is just enormous. And there's just no way to develop threats from there anyway. Also, lack of Akshan, very important to note as well. No Akshan to get the Sentinel's Horde, get that extra draw from the Font of Power to reload into a potential another Sivir or a Golden Aegis.
And we're seeing it now here. Akshan is in hand this time around. No attack token on turn 2, though. Unfortunately, he's going to have the Akshan into Vagabond line here for Teal'cos, though. And on Pepsi's side, he's going to have both the Eye of the Dragon from hand and also the Gifts from Beyond. So already on his way to set up the famed and hated Dragonling Wall.
Yeah, at the very least, with a quick attack unit in Akshan and a fearsome unit with the Merciless Hunter, you can do a lot of work on keeping this under control. If we can deal enough damage in the early mid game amongst these Dragonlings, you aren't really looking to get damage to stick. You just need to level up your Sivir, right? Once you get the AoE spell shield, the things like the concussive palms are massively devalued for stopping those attacks, and you're just going to get to, hopefully, a position where Pepsi-Cola has to have 4 mana open at all times to stop your Golden Aegis with the Nigh.
And with the way things are panning out here on this turn, you're either going to try and save this Eye of the Dragon or play out your second one, but you cannot really do both, which makes it a little bit awkward. Pepsi here is going to be 1 mana off from trying to do both. Playing out Crescendum here now doesn't have mana for Twin, and this just, essentially puts this one Eye of the Dragon that has vulnerable into the grinder. Gonna at least block the Fearsome, essentially, with the forcing it to challenge it here. You can't kill it with the Akshan,
there is
but
also
still
Pale Cascade, so it does trade up.
Yeah, that is definitely an option.
Ooh, but doesn't go for it. Wants to save this as a means to keep proccing this Eye of the Dragon as we head forward. Very patient play. There's always the risk of Shapestone offsetting that, and you get put massively behind.
And yeah, with the attune on the Eye of Dragon, it would have had mana forward Twin anyway, so never mind what I said earlier. I guess I just, my brain doesn't comprehend how Eye of the Dragon still has a tune on it, but that's how things are.
It's one of those cards where it's like you feel like it should have been nerfed for so long, your brain just patches it in for you.
Especially when these multiple patches happen in a row, and you're thinking, all right, certainly one of these Eye of the Dragon was hit. There's no way it wasn't. So
whenever Eye of the Dragon's about to get nerfed, Lee Sin rotates out of the metagame, so then they go, we can wait.
Yeah.
But here it is, back in the tournament scene, as it is wont to do. Performing quite well. This is, of course, a loser's finals, so Lee Sin has gone the distance here for Fight Night. Sonic Wave, Resonating Strike, getting a key kill on the Akshan, and also setting up for this Eye of the Dragon to put another Dragonling down.
There's now the Bruiser coming down. Still has the mana for potential solo combat, but gonna just opt for the attack here with the Bruiser, and also with the Merciless Hunter, because there isn't a way to block the Fearsome here.
Twin Disciplines can threaten the Bruiser with this Dragonling. You might save it though, right? Because it's you need it for your Lee Sin combo piece. You aren't taking too much damage here. You just get to chump it down for free.
Might be happy to go for a Sharp Sight here on the Merciless Hunter, but that would of course be answered by Twin at that point. So we'll see what Teal'cos wants to commit here. If he wants to commit single combat, if he does, he can't guarantee the kill on the Dragon because of the 3 HP it has. So a bit of an awkward spot here for Teal'cos, where he can't seem to push the right play he wants to push through at this point.
Yeah, so both players find themselves in an awkward spot. And the key with these mid-range decks is you just have to somehow weave in one slower turn that lets you like really refill your spell mana, or get you into position where all of your mana that you have available is all for combat tricks, like potentially next round or the round after.
I would say Pepsi's very happy in this spot. I mean, he still has control to some extent of the board. Things haven't gotten too much out of control. He's still at 20 HP, so I mean, he's still very, very healthy, and still has one Eye of the Dragon.
Also scaling up to help on hold the fort. This is basically Daddy Dragonling. This is what happens when they get too big. They turn into Wounded White Flames.
That is not the progression I wanted to see. I want to see them just burn in hell from all the healing they've done against me with different.
They need to get the Serpent treatment where they go down to 1/1s.
Make even worse. Just make them have 0 attack.
They're just ephemeral blockers, exactly.
You have to buff them if you want to heal.
But anyway, we now have the Palace being popped open. And very tough decision, right? Sivir's great if you feel like the board is good enough. Cataclysm lets you potentially answer the Zoe or this Eye of the Dragon. You already have a Bright Seal Protector. The Cataclysm is a bit rough because of Nopify and Deny. It's not as guaranteed. I feel like just summoning the Sivir would be a better idea. But it's hard to say. We've got Preservarium, another Vagabond to get another Palace ticking down. I guess the question becomes, can you play that sort of value-oriented game as we head into the later stages?
And look at the board and the current game plan from Pepsi. You might forget this is actually a Lee Sin deck because you have the Wounded White Flames both in hand. You might think this is some kind of like Zoe Pantheon, but no, this is Lee Sin. Just there is no Lee Sin currently there.
Recurrent Bruiser responding to the Zoe. You love to see this. We can also again get the Vagabond down to get the Palace before you cash in this lucky find. To get an extra tick towards that progress.
Yeah. There's a Gift from Beyond coming in. And going to be the last Eye of the Dragon being pulled out to continue building up this wall, continue stalling out until Lee Sin can come online.
And it seems like a pretty tall order for Sivir Akshan to try to go for an OTK, but it is certainly doable. We can start getting Overwhelm or Fearsome off of these lucky finds and start pushing damage through. If we can get Overwhelm on Sivir with the Absolver, just an AoE Spell Shield Overwhelm board into a rally would be enough. And it's starting to look like, if Sivir had been picked up over the Cataclysm, would have been a really strong idea. But you just never know what your opponent's going to have. So Teal'cos is probably anticipating a specific line where the Cataclysm is going to be needed.
And the attack here already looking, just not really incentivized because of the Dragonlings, because of the lifesteal. This is the whole purpose of this wall. It is to stall out, to make attacks look awkward or look, as if they're not going to, achieve much of anything. This constantly refreshing every single attack token turn for the opponent, and just buys you enough time for Lee Sin to finally come online. That being said, these twins are probably just both being saved for when Lee Sin does arrive to try and actually push for the OTK. But we are still missing the Zenith Blade here.
Is pushing in a lot of rotations of its ability. A lot of times we do see, right, the Bruiser come down. It doesn't really do much, but it's just consistently striking, attacking, getting tons of keywords, getting value out of the Palace, and you can see why Teal'cos opted for 3 copies of it in this list.
It's when we first saw the Rune Runner nerf. Players started adopting the Bruiser in that slot instead, alongside Shrieking Dragon, and many players, showcased how when you don't find the Sivir, when you don't have this key unit you're going to rely on to try and end the game or to push through a lot of tempo or pressure, Bruiser becomes this unit. Bruiser becomes this kind of, same way the budget Akshan is Vagabond, Bruiser is the budget Sivir, trying to get things done with the right keywords.
And because of this consistent pressure, Pepsi-Cola finds himself with 1 card in hand. Very strong board, but not a lot of flexibility any longer. Now with the Palace about to pop, we get another shot at perhaps a predict draw to pull leveled up Akshan to get Sivir. So I do really like this. And I think it just comes down to this point to how long can Pepsi-Cola hold on to this Twin Disciplines.
There's going to be a Twin trying to save off the Wounded White Flame here. Will almost succeed, but there is going to be... you have to go through all the clicks, my friend. It's an easy 3 + 4 is 7, but you have to actually make the clicks, despite it looking pretty easy.
And this is going to pop open the Palace.
And there's going to be a second
Twin.
Twin Disciplines, the Shapestone, due to the nerf for what it used to be, not going to be quite enough.
So that is the strike coming through. Plus, just the natural swing is a 1-for-1 trade now. And what do we get off the predict? There's Sivir.
Finally, the Sivir comes online.
She can just be played here. Slam her down. She's leveled up. All Pepsi-Cola has to his name is a single super cool star chart. What's the dream draw here, Panda? A messenger?
Messenger would be super cool, but I'm not sure if it would be enough to stop what this turn is looking like here for Teal'cos. Going to have the Sivir online, going to have the tracker now, going to have the Protector coming online, and then still enough mana for both the Aegis and the Shapestone to try and push through a massive turn here.
Got the Deep Med cashed in, draws 2 more spells, has Guiding Touch and Pale Cascade. This is the other factor in Lee Sin. It doesn't come into play too often, but when you're backed into a corner, you get to go into your backup plan of burst speed draws here. Moonglow on the Zoe, trying to protect her from the Fleet Feather Tracker. This is now Pepsi-Cola's win condition.
And the big attack comes online now with Sivir, of course, leveled up. Since I think a long time ago, we've seen many, many different attacks. We're now already on turn 9 of this game. All the keywords being given, all the board presence being given now with Shapestone backup as well to try and fend off any cheeky buffs onto this Wounded White Flame as well to try and keep it alive. But so much damage being pushed through here.
Shapestone onto the Fleet Feather Tracker to kill the Zoe. What a wild game, too. The Recurrent Bruiser did so much work, not just in being a consistent threat, forcing Pepsi-Cola to protect his key units over and over again, but accelerating that second Palace was fantastic.
And it's clear how dependent both of these decks are on their champions. It was kind of both players just stalling out and doing different things, but really both players were just waiting to find either that Lee Sin or that Sivir first to really snowball things in their favor. And it was obviously the predict effect and the Sivir coming through for Teal'cos. And now this is going to be Teal'cos' game to lose with a board like this one and the chance for Aegis now on this turn, depending on the top deck here from Pepsi. Hush is kind of okay on the Sivir. Not even though with the spell shield, never mind. You're going to have to hope for a deny for the Aegis or a Lee Sin, but neither was found. Aegis comes through. You have a chance to Pale Cascade into a deny still.
Pale Cascade into deny.
Pepsi is running 2 copies of deny in his deck. Finds gifts from beyond instead. It's not the gift he was hoping for.
We can stun one thing with the Gravitum.
The Tom Kench emo goes through, and that will be Pepsi taking the loss there, tying the series now 1-1 between Pepsi and Teal'cos. And this is After that silver was drawn and after the board was once again with the quick attack and all the keywords being shared was in favor of Teal, I think it was a pretty clear that it was going to be very hard for Pepsi to find his way back into the game.
The triple Eye of the Dragon was eventually dealt with. It bought so much time, but there just wasn't that new threat to take over once that wall was disassembled. You usually, you set up for the Lee Sin right when things look at their, at their most dire. Lee Sin comes through with that combo to end the game, or you just have the Dragonlings blocking while Zoe just sits on the back line and is threatening to level up. But none of those came for Pepsi there. And now in game 3, we're going to try to see Shyvana Pantheon take down Lee Sin if possible.
This will be the final game of this series. Whoever is able to win this one will face off against Thomas in that final. And we'll hope for the chance at a bracket reset. We haven't seen it in the last few weeks of Fight Night, but maybe this one will be the one to return to our usual traditions despite the new channel and everything else being new. Some things, might not have changed.
And yeah, it would be nice to go back to bracket resetting after the change of format. Who knows? Who knows? But now Zoe is online. Going to start hitting him with these star charts. No sharp sight to punish. The star chart is a little bit rough just because of Crescent Strike, because of Equinox. If that hits like a Screeching Dragon or a Wounded White Flame, can be very detrimental. The threat level certainly will be there from Teal'cos' list, but Pepsi has a ton of opportunities to stop that. Without the advent of Spell Shield, things like Concussive Palm and Hush, etc., are going to be a lot better for providing that defense.
And a great start here from Teal'co with a Mountain to go with a Wounded White Flame coming down on curve, alongside the Dragon Child getting that extra card draw as well. Trying to fight for that value game against Lee Sin as well is going to be fantastic here. And most importantly, the wall has not been set up. I think that's the most important thing to note here, is that there is no Eye of the Dragon. We've seen it, with a double or triple Eye of the Dragon played from Pepsi and all the games we've casted from him today. Not the case in this game, and that is obviously one of the biggest downsides. Despite having Lee Sin, you don't have kind of the stall that you need to make it to that point while still being healthy.
The second gem off Mountain Goat is great to cash in. Proc Faded on the Wounded White Flame, and still have 3 mana open to head into the next round. Keep that spell mana full. It's so important for these mid-range decks so they can remain flexible with their combat tricks. And so now we have to ask the question of Pepsi, how threatening do you feel Teal'cos' Wounded White Flame is? And I guess the answer is very threatening. Oh, no, just goes for the Dragon Chow.
And is there going to be a Blinded Mystic play onto the Wounded White Flame? That's really the consideration here.
That's probably going to have to happen eventually. Reminder that Teal'cos' list does have triple Dragon's Clutch, so any big dragon can, start threatening to swing through the Dragonlings with the Overwhelm if it does come to that. So this will need to be cashed in eventually. Oh wait, pardon me. Does Pepsi, is he on Blinded Mystic? Some Lee Sin decks were on 1 copy to have a body alongside that Hush effect, pardon me. But Teal'cos having Blinded Mystic does give him the advantage here to answer Pepsi White Flame.
But it might be a little bit, maybe not too late now, but already, a lot of value has been gained. But I think making use of the Faded here on the +1/+1 definitely makes sense here. And now, the full silence comes in here.
But yeah, we still have Hush. If Teal'cos goes for like a very specific trade or a single combat, the Hush cleansing that down back to a 2/4 can really throw off the math there. And you can see that Teal'cos is pretty much all in now on this big White Flame, playing it on curve, getting it stacked up, getting some key kills. But there's nothing else to take over. There's no Shyvana working in tandem. So this could be too much of a all your eggs in one basket kind of scenario.
And there's just going to be so many different ways for the Lee Sin deck to just continue stalling out with Concussive Palms, with Hushes, for example, as well, with Denies and Amplifies to answer the strike effect spells like Concerted Strike or Single Combat to try and stop Lee Sin. So, like you mentioned, as long as there isn't kind of something that can start accelerating the game plan past this one big dragon for Teal'cos, I think Pepsi will have the right answers to continue stalling until Lee Sin can be an actual threat.
And it's important to note that even without Eye of the Dragon, the Dragonlings are only really important when you're in hyper-aggressive matchups, right? Like, they do help versus mid-range decks, but as we can see here, Lee Sin Zoe can still do plenty versus decks of that nature that just are just playing big units that you can chump down or stun with Palm.
And Telescope may be hoping to be that one way to find, you know, the X factor to try and swing this past just one big dragony boy, but not going to be the case here. Finds a Star Spring, not really the win condition you're maybe looking for. And yeah, I guess it's going to be the 4-1 here with the Overwhelm.
Yeah, just the Charger's probably your best bet. The Star Spring is cute, but there's just no way to ever turn that into a win condition. If this goat can survive and get 22 gems, I think that's the best line. You got to survive for 44 rounds because the goat's only going to be able to get gems on attack. Minion is just a free development, a wide board, but
see what the final option is here.
It is important to evaluate the potential of every card there. Mm-hmm. Keeping an open mind is very good, but Sharp Sight on the Wounded White Flame gets another Fury proc, another Faded. It's growing.
And another kill on Zoe, no? Was that not this same as that game?
Yeah, that was Zoe number 2.
So the Zoe Slayer, this dragon, already killed 2 Zoes, looking for the 3rd, and then he'll evolve, as we all know, into a new mythical being. If this was Yu-Gi-Oh! You know, we'd get some crazy stuff happening, but not quite there yet, thankfully.
And so now we're hoping for Pantheon to come off the top. If there was Shyvana working alongside this White Flame, getting the extra, level up progress, and then getting Strafing Strike to start hitting the board and keeping it under control, facilitating a wider swing, it would be fantastic here.
There's another Palm being top deck as well, so there's really just always going to be answers, it seems like, for this huge Wounded White Flame. And the rest of the board isn't really creating, enough pressure. I mean, there's going to be a little bit of damage pushed through, but once this 10 damage is taken out of the way, still 14 HP on the Nexus for Pepsi.
Yep, so there's the stun on the White Flame. Really unfortunate there's no other dragons to also help out here. Shyvana or even Screeching Dragon would be fantastic to still make this Golden Aegis a pretty solid line. That's the 5th Faded proc for Pantheon, if I'm not mistaken.
And there's nothing you can do here, really. I mean, everything here is quite reactive. And once this unit is stunned, every play just stops making sense. You can't really rally at the point. And now Lee Sin has maybe bought enough time to start becoming an actual threat that Teal'c has to start getting worried about.
Yeah, there's a Zenith Blade in hand. There is one Twin Discipline.
It's going to be answers for both the Concerted Strike here with the Deny and also the single combat if it does come through with the Notify. So I think Pepsi has to be very careful. This is not a turn where you can, this is a turn where you play Lee Sin and all you can do here is protect Lee Sin. You're not thinking about, pushing damage or going for the OTK. It's all about just making sure he survives this turn. That's, I think, the key here for Pepsi. That's why he waited so long as well. He wanted to make sure he had enough mana for all these backup plans.
And then if you go for single combat, Notify and Deny both resolve. Lee Sin gets Challenger and Barrier, and you can kick the White Flame back to Teal'c's hand. Mm-hmm. You can do that regardless, though, even if the second Barrier doesn't resolve. Kicking that big threat is so important. And so I think what Teal'c might be saying is Lee Sin's going to pull the Wounded White Flame, and then I'll single combat in combat. Mm-hmm. We're just going to do it now, trying to force.
And there's going to be an answer just to everything here.
Mm-hmm. And now your big key threat.
Ooh, the hush is very interesting here. even better than Notify, because it just you shoot yourself in the foot, you kill off your Wounded White Flame while it's hushed. So once you lose those stats, now it's gone forever. You don't have to just stall it out. You can actually just solve the problem finally at its very core. And now I have to imagine that was a one win condition that Teal'c was relying on so heavily. Now that it's gone, you really are in trouble here. Obviously, Blinded Mystic, a nice kind of tech card, but doesn't really do anything to advance your game plan. Neither does the Protector. So at this point, if you're relying on a Telescope and a little elephant to do it for you, I'm sorry, but it's not going to get very far.
Absolutely wild to see Teal'c be in a really good position with no Eye of the Dragon walling out early and just drawing no potential threats. Just one big white flame, no Dragon's Clutch for Overwhelm to even push through any damage despite that massive stat line. The concussive palms were staggered beautifully to answer it at every turn, and no Shyvana, Pantheon, etc. to take over. And now here comes Lee Sin.
Not going to be it here. We have the Attune even from the Eye of the Dragon. There's a Blinded Mystic coming down to take off the Dragonling effect at the very least.
And now we've just got Twin Disciplines into an open attack.
There's going to be a Notify to stall up the single combat, and that should be game here.
Yeah, because then you can't sacrifice one of your challenged units into the Tail of the Dragon, for example.
And that's just the insta surrender there from Teal'c. So in the end, Pepsi able to take the game 3, able to get his revenge, able to not mess it up and just sacrifice his Lee Sin for no reason, and is now going to advance into the grand finals. Going to face off against Thomas OW, and Teal'c. That's the end of his run. Still, I think he's a player we don't see that often at Fight Night, and still I think has made a strong showing. Very mid-rangey Demacia based lineup that he seems to excel on, and has done very well. Top 3 is definitely still a placement to be proud of, I think.
Yeah, and also just carrying the torch of Sivir Akshan, a deck that a lot of players still really love, as you mentioned before, and also maybe showcasing that Recurrent Bruiser might actually be the proper build for the current metagame.
That's going to be it for this round. I think we're going to have a quick look at the bracket just to see how things have all panned out now that we have just the grand finals coming up. So as you see there, Teal'c dropped from the winners final, not able to get a chance for revenge in the grand finals. Instead, it will be Thomas versus Pepsi Cola, a matchup between two players that have been around for a long time. They were both in that first ever Masters Europe tournament. Pepsi Cola with Portugal ended up winning it, but Thomas with Czechia ended up being one of the revelation kind of dark horse teams in that tournament as well. So players that have a lot of history between themselves, and a matchup that I'm very, very excited to cast, not just because of the players, but also because of the lineups. Kind of a very aggressive lineup from Thomas, and a very controlly lineup with Darkness and Lee Sin and Ari Kennen from Pepsi Cola. So we'll be right back with the grand finals after this very short 3-minute break.
Hello, everyone, and welcome back to Fight Night Legends EU. This is going to be the first grand finals of the new format. We've got Peps Cola, who managed to bring it back from the lower bracket, going up against Thomas in the grand finals with his aggressive lineup. Peps Cola, coming from Portugal, a very cool player, very level-headed, managed to bounce back from a very key misplay in an earlier set, and hopefully has kept his mental positive and is ready to battle in this grand final.
He's going to need it because, as we all know, but for some of those that do not, I will go ahead and explain how the double elimination format works. Because Pepsi Cola has already lost a round, has gone through the loser's bracket, he's kind of lost one of his lives, whereas Thomas has still not lost at all. He's still very patiently and very comfortably has been just playing through the winner's side of the bracket, has 2 lives still. So Pepsi will be forced to win this very first series. If he does so 2-0 or 2-1, then he resets the bracket, takes away one of those lives from Thomas, and then that will be a final best of 3 that will decide the winner of this tournament. If Thomas is able to just win this first best of 3, 2-0 or 2-1 with his lineup, he is just, right away the winner of the tournament and will be once again, going against the tradition of the bracket resets in this Fight Night EU tournament.
Yeah, I mean, we might be setting up a new precedent at this point, Panda. I'm really worried about the future for Fight Night EU, because the bracket resets was what we were known for. It's like changing the recipe of your favorite candy bar or something, and it's just like, oh, what? They changed the flavor. It's not the same. But speaking of flavor, Thomas is bringing that heat. He's got the spicy flavor, the flamin' hot aggro lineup. With the spiders, we saw it really pop off earlier, even though with only 2 copies of Noxie and Fervor, still finding those very clean lethals and going for stalking shadows in my opinion, a couple spots where it didn't seem to be the best play, but just recognizing that if I hit very specific cards, I'm just locking my opponent out of any possibility of victory.
Overall, though, this is not the matchup that Thomas would have hoped to see for this grand finals, because his decks are very one-dimensional in what they're trying to do. They're trying to end the game very quickly. Spiders, via a board-based attack with the spider synergies early on, and then the burn damage. And Draven Rumble, much of the same, although, of course, kind of a different strategy, but very similar. And the one thing neither of these decks wants to see is any kind of lifesteal or any kind of healing on the Nexus. And both of the decks that Pepsi Cola is running, Darkness and Lee Sin, assuming Ari Kennen gets banned, which might be actually no, in this case obviously it won't be the case. It's going to be either Darkness or Lee Sin being banned here.
Yeah, I was thinking that I think that you want your aggro deck to just kind of high roll Ari Kennen. It's not like a completely free matchup, but aggro has kind of had a resurgence because of its ability to just punch through with early fearsomes into burn against Ari Kennen. And you probably maybe ban the Lee Sin. You don't want to play around with the Eye of the Dragon stuff when you're playing these kind of beatdown decks. And who knows, right? If we're anticipating that, maybe Peps Cola goes for a different band as well. Maybe banning Spiders and letting the Ari Kennen through, trying to win the mirror. Maybe trying to win with Darkness. I think the key factor in the overall spread of decks is that his Darkness build is not on Withering Wail.
It's definitely going to be one of Lee Sin or Darkness being banned. I think which of the two isn't necessarily, very much one way or the other. I think both are going to be good options. Both are going to be equally bad matchups for both Lee Sin and Draven Rumble. The thing will have to be, you get the win on Ari Kennen. Great. I think that's going to be an easy task for Elite Spiders, especially because there's usually not many fearsome blockers. In my experience with the matchup on ladder, it's been maybe a 60% win rate for Spiders or 65 even. But with the Draven Rumble, maybe not so much the case. And you still have to, find a way to win against that one deck that does have healing, either the Darkness or the Lee Sin. With one of your decks, you're going to have 2 chances, but still, it will be quite difficult, I think.
Yeah. Plus, we've seen Draven Rumble go either way, where sometimes it can be very explosive and it has that chance to maybe fall apart if it gets really awkward draws, or if the Rumble doesn't, pull enough weight, even if he does come down when he's supposed to. And I think when we delve even deeper into these matchup spreads, it is important to note that there has been some players opting for Tasty Feyfolk in Ari Kennen. I think that we're right on the cusp of this deck finally giving up the Ghost and saying, okay, I'm going to be value oriented here. but this version with Go Hard has proven to have just enough stability. There were some early data suggesting that this deck was actually less favored versus aggro because you don't really want to be spending your Go Hards early.
Mm-hmm. And this will be the version that Pepsi-Cola has brought to the table. Ari Kennen for it will be a version with Shurima for Thomas. So both players bringing Ari Kennen, but obviously slightly different versions. This version a bit more control-y, a bit more value-oriented, where Shurima, I think, fits as that kind of that third aggro deck in terms of just how high tempo it is. And I definitely expect to see the ban, I think, on Ari Kennen on the side of Thomas's lineup. I think, you think you have good matchups with both Darkness and Lee Sin against the other two aggro decks, so that will be the way to go there.
Yeah, Ari Kennen is one of those decks that if you think you have a good matchup, something can still go awry. They still have a way to draw the right cards or get the right sequences and still find a way to at least put up a good fight. It's very rare that Ari Kennen seems to lose clean. Probably a little bit more common with the Absolver version, but it's just one of those things that in a tournament setting, you don't want to play around with that possibility, or at least as little as possible.
And players, I believe, are now in the challenge. We're going to be able to see the bans from their perspective with the, inclined to see the full lineups, of course, visually for you guys at home to see what players have brought, despite us already mentioning it, and then also to see the bans live as they happen. Although I think I would be quite surprised if they went against what we have predicted here, because I think it will pretty clearly be a ban here on either Lee Sin or Darkness from Thomas. One of the two has got to go. And it looks like it will be the Lee Sin instead. Amen. I'm happy to see that go. And then it will be the Ari Kennen on the side of Thomas, as we predicted as well, hoping to get that one, free win with Darkness on either Spiders or Draven Rumble. And then just, hoping Ari Kennen can do the same against one of the two.
All right. And again, Thomas just needs to 2-0 this set to end the tournament. Pepsi-Cola, even if you get the smart ban, even if you are able to eke out victory, you still have a bracket reset and you have to try it once more. So the opening hand already looking very strong for Thomas here. Double one drop into a great fearsome unit.
The Go Hard being saved here. Doom Beast, not so great to find early on. You would rather, top deck it from Stalking Shadows or find it when it's more relevant for that last bit of burn later on. At the beginning, you only want a hand that's pivoted towards combat on the board and trying to maximize damage early on. The rearguard comes in. I do like this to play around the Go Hard that you expect from your opponent. Maybe even if you don't find a one drop here, going ahead, playing the horror and making a Go Hard not really an option here. At slow speed, you can play both before the attack comes through.
And so Peps does develop the Ari. It's a nice 2-3, maybe try to block down versus this rear guard, but no, takes the damage. Gonna offset this with the Go Hard, wants to start cycling with the Droplet. There is a world where Pepsi-Cola just gets like an early pack your bags to wipe, and then can maybe sit on Nopify and deny for the over-the-top burn. A Kinko Wayfinder to develop a wide board is what you'd like to see, but by shuffling in double Go Hard early, you're really messing with those odds, Panda.
No fervor here to try and go for a cheeky, stop the drain effect and just get that damage on the board. Bit of an awkward hand here. You can't really develop the way you would want to on defense here. Maybe just a Sentry might be the play here, even though it doesn't really do that much for the explosive damage we expect for the next turn. But the rest of the plays, obviously you need Nightfall for the Doom Beast. Stalking Shadows would be a very low tempo. And if you play Saboteur, you can't really play the Onlooker this turn as well.
Yeah.
So yeah, just very awkward here.
Just a development to be as efficient as possible. Next round, we could see Sentry for the stun into the Onlooker. Just try to get another wide board, because Pepsi-Cola has to cycle a defender, right, with the Droplet in order to draw, and then you have to spend that mana to replay, so you have less flexibility with this concussive palm and with your denies, etc.
Skitterer comes through, but no Spider
Excellent
Synergy
draw.
Currently on the board.
You do get the debuff, you get a fearsome attacker, and then you still have the mana left to play the Onlooker. So I think that this might still be a fine idea. You could just go for Stalking Shadows here. Again, Thomas is very open to all possibilities. Stalking Shadows into Doom Beast, maybe just getting a preview of what your next couple turns might look like by having some other options available.
And there's going to be the Skidder coming down, as you mentioned, and Onlooker with the follow-up. Still Homecoming mana available. I think that won't change here. Either Homecoming or Conclusive Palm, one of the two will be played out here. You ideally want to wait for the Palm once the Onlooker's play, but you don't know if it's coming. But yeah, you're going to keep it. I think kind of this fork where if there isn't an Onlooker, then you just have the Homecoming if there's an attack that comes through right away. And if there is one, you can now play Palm onto the Onlooker, stun it, and have the Fearsome blocker for the Skidder here. So perfect response from Pepsi. I think he still has to feel quite comfortable in this position.
And despite the lack of a wide board, the ability to just defend like this is just paying dividends, because now you've got Ahri to continue dealing that chip damage, because Thomas doesn't want to block, of course. Cycling the droplet, even though you're bouncing a defender back to your hand at 1 mana, it's still very easy to just replay it and cash it in whenever it is necessary to block some damage, and you're just drawing more cards. Typically what aggro likes to do is, by forcing you to block down, you're running out of resources, and then you can't defend yourself any longer, and they start to get through more and more damage as the cracks begin to show. But this Ahri Dancing Droplet duo has just done a beautiful job of just reloading Peps and giving him tons of tools to keep up with this aggressive play.
Not so much what Pepsi Cola has done, but more Thomas. His draws were not great, and I can't overstate how important it is for you to have that early explosive turns with the right draw to Doom Beast, Stalking Shadows. All made things extremely awkward on turn 3. He had no real way to start pushing tempo on the board, and he should have pushed an extra 4 or 5 more damage on that last attack token turn to really put things at the speed that he has to put things at to try and win this game. 15 HP now at this point in the game, I think, is still a little bit too slow for Thomas.
Really unfortunate as well that Peps Cola, got the double go hard shuffled in early, which could be a detriment in certain game states, but there was no Kinko Wayfinder drawn anyway. So if Peps Cola could fall too far behind by playing a 4-mana 2/3 that doesn't do anything else, or might be too afraid to play the Wayfinder and it's just sitting in the hand as a dead card.
This was a big stun, though. This was a very big stun, though, on the Ahri. More than anything, stopping the recall and the droplet. It makes it so that Pepsi now also has quite an awkward hand going into this turn. You have the Homecoming, but this is still a big swing coming in, and you have the chance for maybe a triple development here with Elise and both of the Fearsome Spiders here. Might be, I think it might be a good idea. If you expect there to be spells coming in from hand and value that can be played at fast speed, like Homecoming, for example, then why not develop further?
Ooh, Godwillow Seedling does give you an ephemeral blocker. This will trade nicely into the Saboteur. Ahri maybe does have to trade into the Arachnoid Sentry. But yeah, we're just going even wider. The Ephemeral Horror here. Thomas just has to consistently test the quality of Peps Cola's draws at this point.
There will definitely be a Homecoming, I think, being played out here. Going to be able to recall this 1/1 that is blocking the Onlooker, I'm going to assume.
Yeah,
and recall
ephemeral.
The Fearsome. Yeah, that will be the case here. Mitigating some damage, but still 6 damage going through uncontested. This version, of course, is running Go Hard. It does have some amount of healing and some amount of drain effect, but not too much. You don't have the usual, like you mentioned, the Faithful. You don't have the usual healing units and spells in this Ionia-based deck from Pepsi Cola. So every damage when it goes through is damage that, for the most part, can't really be saved up later.
We have Kennen now to come through. Get Mark of the Storm. Because of the droplet cycling, he is leveled. So this is going to be massive for holding back this aggressive plan now from Thomas. And this is the point in the game where you're basically fully relying on burn. If there had been an extra, 4 or 5 damage pushed through in the early turns, you'd be held hostage against a Decimate, and then Peps Cola needing to keep 4 mana open to play around that possibility would really restrict his ability to defend himself on the board here. And Wayfinder even hits. Go Hards be damned. You're
still fighting a bit of a fork here between committing to the board and playing out Wayfinder, or having the deny available or not. So this might be the case now where Noxian Fervor is a much better possibility. But yeah, never mind. With all the Mark of the Storms, it might not be.
Yeah, because with 3 Mark of the Storm in hand, you can now just kill the Arachnoid Horror and also the Arachnoid Sentry.
And you have Deny backup. I mean, this is the turn where you would have liked to have Decimate in hand, but you don't. You only have the Doom Beast and the Fervor, which means that I think every other turn after this is the one turn where maybe you have to go under 4 mana. I think from this point onward, Pepsi knows that you know the one way he loses is by going under 4 mana and not having Deny up for Decimate.
Mm-hmm. And now to play around Marks of the Storm, you've basically got a Noxian Fervor, your Elise, and then you're just praying for some stronger developments here with like the Doom Beast or Decimates to come off the top end, and now you're on a very, very short clock.
Pepsi knows he's kind of playing into the Noxian Fervor here a little bit, but gonna go for it, gonna assume that there isn't one in hand. Looks like it might be the Doom Beast instead coming through. So Noxian Fervor not gonna be used here at all.
I do like actually the Doom Beast here. Just get it down while the Nightfall is active, because it could become awkward in future turns if you start to draw Decimates. They're a bit more expensive.
But this Fervor is also now a problem because you can't guarantee it's going to go through with Noblefy being drawn now. Where there's Doom Beast is it can't be Noblified obviously, and it would go through almost every time.
Yeah, it's a really tough call.
This is why I also don't like Brothers Bond as a 2-of. I think it's very good in some cases, but not always. There's a lot of board states that aren't really, or a lot of stages in the game that are not really apt for having Brothers Bond be really that great pull there. And now this is going to be signing coming down. Go hard. Number 3 being played out. The next one will be a Pack Your Bags, and just the board that we're looking at here, it's just way too much damage for Thomas to mitigate next turn.
Yep, there's Noxian Fervor into the Noblefy. That was drawn to stop this damage. And this sets up the lethal swing for next round.
And this is already GG. I mean, looking at the hand and the board, as a Spiders player, immediately there's nothing you can draw or do to change the outcome of this game being a loss.
Yeah, so just not quite the aggressive start we really wanted to see from Spiders. And
the turn 3 especially, that was the turning point where he just really missed that explosive development that he needed.
And then the double go hard offsetted a lot of that early damage and also pinged down that Arachnoid Horror that was threatening to do a lot of work in the early mid game. The same way like for Rumble Draven, Risen Rider also does a lot of work for just pushing through early damage to segue into like potential Decimate.
Shenimo comes in, Surrender comes in, and despite just this being one win for Pepsi, it was the most important one in his current lineup. The one out that Thomas had was losing to Darkness, and that's fine. And then, hoping to win against this Arcane both times with his aggro list. In this case, not going to happen. Not going to happen. It immediately loses his first game, and that means that now Darkness has to win just one game of 2 against Spiders and Draven Rumble, which I think is going to be a fairly easy task for Pepsi to accomplish, and the bracket reset looks quite likely here.
So now with going into this game, we can see that Draven does have the attack token on even turns. That is going to favor Rumble. Peps does mulligan into double Vagar and Catalyzer. So this is going to stack up the Darkness, and you're going to be able to answer a lot of these units quite well. To be fair, Thomas's HP totals on everything is very unresilient. And so it's more about getting the Stilted Ropemaker to discount the Darkness rather than increase its damage.
Yeah, at this point, kind of every unit that's going to be played here is going to die. We're seeing it here with Boom Baboon, just instantly can just get Vile Feasted, can get Pokey Stick, can get, so many different ways to answer here and mitigate most of the damage. I think the key one as well is going to be the Fallen Rider whenever it comes through. There's no Fearsome blockers. In this case, there is a Catalyzer in hand, but usually can answer most of that early kind of tempo advantage that Draven Rumble tends to have quite easily.
There, you could almost just Pokey Stick there. Right, to kill the Boom Baboon and save that drain for one more healing down the road.
Yeah.
But now we've got Catalyzer on turn 2 swinging in on this Draven.
Gonna force the block here.
Yeah, even if there is a survival skills or whatever to save the Draven, it's still not that bad for you because you have the Pokey Stick to follow up next round. 1-for-1 trade into the Catalyzer, and now Darkness is going to cover everything, including this Ballistic Bot. No Rumble on 4.
And yeah, not really any way you can deal with this Veigar. Immediately going to have to be a Whirling Death, but there's no Axe to follow that up. The Gag's Head is not enough either, so the Darkness is going to slowly tick up as this Veigar goes on the board. I think this turn, there's not really any other option. You can obviously go for Hapless, but not really the best use of mana for this turn. You want to definitely commit one of your four mana units here, and Veigar is the most likely one to come down.
And then by playing Veigar, the second copy becomes Event Horizon, so you get that nice stun, potentially an AoE stun depending on the state of the board, to just wall out Thomas's aggressive idea. And with the more board-based strategy that Pepsi has built into this deck, the lack of Withering Wail doesn't seem to be a big issue. And now Hapless, a beautiful card to help against this Boom Baboon. I've always said the 3-1 stat line is so devastating for decks that can't deal with it effectively, but Hapless and all these pings really keeps this card under control, where you don't need to give it a very good value trade.
Mm-hmm. And you have to imagine that this is just, it seems like there's all the answers you need in hand for Pepsi. Has the Extali as well next turn for the lifesteal. Still 20 HP on the Nexus for Pepsi. Draven taken down here by the Darkness. Just feels like you're very, very healthy and just very in control here for Pepsi. The Ballistic Bots are a little bit more annoying to take down, but still, the HP is not a problem with the Darkness already ticked up to 4.
Yep, you just keep developing. Everything keeps getting sniped. We're heading past the mid-game now. Pepsi is still sitting comfortably at 19 HP, has Ishtali's Sentinel in the hand. And again, no Rumble just yet.
Can be a huge open attack here with the axes on the bots, able to get them, counting as created cards, but also from the buff as well, from burning off the ignitions, for example, discarding the ignition. So could be a big attack here, but there is still going to be a Pokey Stick onto the Boom Baboon, and there can still be blockers, of course, with the Hapless Aristocrat. This is the last kind of big attack Thomas will get. After this, it'll be Extali coming down, and it'll be kind of a stabilization, I think, from Pepsi.
Yep, so we get the first axe coming down. The augment proccing for the Ballistic Bots. We get to pull the Veigar to the side.
I wonder if it's enough, though. I wonder if there's... You can get excited your own unit next turn to stop the lifesteal from Extali.
We can also axe for the second Chompers.
Yeah.
And then push through a lot of damage here. Pokey Stick clears the Boom Baboon. And then you have to Event Horizon to maybe stun one more thing.
Yeah, Event Horizon's pretty big, actually. Well, then you're not playing Extali this turn. That slows down everything a little bit.
Yeah, because you're still pushing through some substantial damage. And if this is the final swing that you're going to get on the board, Panda, then this is probably mostly ideal, because now you have the ignitions for this round and a decimate. And we'll see if it's enough. 3 spells on the stack from Pepsi, the Event Horizon, the Pokey Stick, and what was the third? Second Pokey Stick, I think we have?
Yeah, I believe it's the case. Yeah, gonna be instead double Pokey onto Draven. This is a lot of damage that's being pushed through here. You're gonna have to order things in a way where you play out 1 Ignition and 1 Decimate this turn, and once Extali comes down next turn, because you can't play it this turn already, you only have 5 mana, you're going to be able to play a Decimate in response. This might be GG. There's a Vile Feast there to drain 1. I thought this game was over, but this is a much bigger attack than I thought because of the Ballistic Bots and the Axe.
Yeah, I thought we were going to see Pokey Stick onto the Boom Baboon and then Event Horizon onto the Draven to stop even more damage. But Peps Cola is feeling confident
Yeah,
with this Ashtali Sentinel in hand.
Game, I think. This is game. I mean, Valfeast is not enough. It's Decimate here. You're going to be at 3. You're healing for 1 next turn. Going to depend on what you draw, but this is the one problem with the Extali Sentinel. It has to play off board. It doesn't get you that life immediately. You have to get into combat with it, and there are now so many ways to circumvent this with killing off your own units, with doing it the way that's being done here by being able to respond with Decimate right as it's played next turn.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, so Thomas was just doing a quick calculation, seeing what the lines were, probably double checking Peps Cola's darkness list to see what levels of healing there are. And this Sen of Vagar has been doing very well all day without the Withering Whale. And this is just one of those matchups where
and that's it.
It's more important to have it. Yep. And then into Decimate.
Decimate control. You don't have the mana for both. I think Thomas might have been considering, get exited last round the ignition, but then there wouldn't be 2 actions before the Extali connects with an attack to play both Decimate. So this is definitely the line here. You have to obviously still think there might be 2 drain effects here. I think only 1 Vile Feast was played, so that you could still have 2 Vile Feasts, which would put you at 1 HP. But Tom Kench comes in with Top Hat, and that will be game 2 going to Thomas, trying to stop the bracket reset from happening. But I think it won't be too difficult. Spiders against Darkness is a very, very tough matchup to win.
Mm-hmm.
This one was as well, though, and still Thomas managed it. But I think this next one especially, I think it's like a 25 or 30% rate for Spiders. It's very, very difficult because there is so much healing, there is so much chump blocking, there is even fearsome blockers with things like the Catalyzer as well.
Yeah,
so
if you get double Catalyzer early, it's going to be rough. And then Hapless is a great blocker against most everything else.
Tech Token is on 3 here for Thomas, which is definitely good news, but already Hapless is a very good topic to have here. Vile Feast would also be fantastic. There is one of the 2 HP 1-drops here, so that's definitely good. Very good for Thomas to start things off. And the hand is kind of awkward for Pepsi. Has a Senna, has a Ruination of Vengeance.
Finally coming through, and in the matchup where you don't want to see it. This has been a card that, Peps Cola has had in his back pocket, has been pressuring his opponents in the late game with.
Double Hapless, but this is a fully fearsome hand here. So past this 1 block on the rear guard here, everything else, these Hapless will not be able to do its job. Won't be able to chump block. I guess the elite spiders, just for turns and turns, they could just block all the elite spiders.
Yeah, and I do like the Elise development here. If you play Arachnoid Horror, you open yourself up to maybe like a Vile Feast plus another ping to clear that.
Mm-hmm.
Elise is a bit more resilient, and you have a stronger open attack if you want to go for that line.
But there's more damage being pushed from the Arachnoid Horror because you're thinking that the 1/1 will be blocked always by the blockers that can't block Fearsome, which you're going to expect there's going to be a lot of, which there will be. This 1 spider here and the Hapless as well. So you're just going for more damage overall. On the turns where Darkness isn't really activated and available, I think it's better to play out this Horror and get the value from it while you can.
Yeah. Because I guess what's the punish here? You play Arachnoid Horror, they play Dark Bulb Acolyte, and then at the start of the next round, you can't develop any further. But Hapless actually being held back.
And if it's a 2-for-1 with Pokestick and Vile Feast just on the Horror, that's already a good trade for you from a mana perspective, because that's 4 mana being committed to just dealing with this 2 mana unit.
Peps Cola playing it very patiently there. The Hapless can't block the Horror anyway, and you have the Spiderling to block the Legion rearguard. So now we have that development.
And now we're going to see the 4 mana commitment onto the Horror here. Both Pokesticks, I assume, going to have to go through here. Going to be a 4. Yeah, there's no really other option. You have to mitigate damage while you can. Especially when you don't have Extali drawn into hand. You have to remember there's only really that life gain. It's only the Extali, really. I mean, the Vile Feast a little bit, but other than that, like you mentioned, there's no Withering Whale.
So drawing 2 cards. There's the Sentinel.
Oh, no.
And a Vile Feast. Oh, God. Excellent draws. The hand was looking very awkward, but all you needed was enough pings and that Hapless to hold down the fort.
You can't block here, of course. have to play Elise and Arachnoid Horror here. I love how I can kind of show how biased we are. Myself towards spiders and you towards darkness. Where you're cheering for the Ixtali and the Wildfeet draws, and I'm like, no, this is the worst.
I come out the
scenario.
woodwork for this deck, Panda. I show up like, did somebody mention the door to darkness?
This is the darkest timeline, with the name itself indicating it with that draw there.
And so the spiders is still coming. Look at
very good fearsome attack though, yeah.
Yeah, all these fearsome attackers.
Very good last chance attack here. Maybe there's gonna be a way here with Arachnoid Horror and then the Skitterer play.
Then the Skitterer, yeah, this is pretty devastating.
Especially if a Fervor is drawn as an answer to the Ixtali next turn, or maybe just the Decimate will be enough once Ixtali is played next turn.
Because look, we've got the darkness coming through to boost the Dark Bulb Acolyte and answer one threat.
But the Skitterer will bring it back down.
Yep. And then there is still mana
kind of
left open first for Senna.
Mm-hmm.
But it's still so much damage being pushed through. And Thomas now has a through line with the right top decks.
Yeah, it's a big swing here.
So you can
even a Sentry, even if a Sentry is top deck, that's massive. If you're able to Sentry the Ixtali, the turn it comes down. It's one of the big reasons why I started playing Sentry in my list in this current meta as well.
Mm-hmm. So Senna's got to come down as a blocker, right? Because if you just let this swing go through, then Elise is going to level up. Oh my god.
Not just that, but the amount of damage you're taking here. You're healing up to 18. You're taking a lot. 14. And that's Decimate.
I think...
Oh no! It's the same thing again.
What's the line of...
It's the same thing again, unless something other than the Wildfeast is drawn. You have to draw another one here off the top deck, or if not, it's the same exact situation.
I didn't know Pepsi-Cola was trying to float mana to set up for Ruination to wipe these spiders.
That's game over. Yeah. Decimate is played the moment Ixtali is played out here, and it's the same exact situation. I was counting it before.
Why you don't play the Senna there? Because you dropped down to 3 here.
I have to say, Thomas had the most high roll spider synergy draw where he was able to find all the fearsome spiders and able to play them out all at the same turn. Can't even play Ixtali here. Gonna play out the Precious Pet instead. Maybe trying to make Pepsi have some kind of a mistake here. Obviously, if he has the both drain effects, he's gonna have it the moment you play Decimate. So you want to try and commit something else.
And with Elise now being leveled up, she's just going to open attack and then drag all the fearsome blockers to the bottom of the stack and still press through damage anyway.
The Wildfeast played on the center to stop the Noxian Fervor from being a response, because every single unit on the board here for Thomas is low enough HP where you can just Noxian Fervor to stop the Wildfeast.
And now there's no mana for darkness. So you can just take this hit. Elise leveled up for the open attack. No Withering Wail.
Very heads up play by Thomas, though. Could have committed the Decimate there, but opts to go for the widest swing possible, knowing that there isn't really a punish for this other than now just the Ruination coming through. But again, the Ixtali can only get that life gain if there is going to be... Yeah, this is a perfect play from Thomas, really. It seems kind of obvious, but forces a Ruination here. Now there's 0 mana, and now he knows he has it lethal with Decimate. So fantastic play from Thomas. Had maybe a very high rolly draw with the whole Spider Synergy package in all this mid game, but overall really played this out perfectly at the end, and somehow manages to get back-to-back wins against Darkest with his aggro decks that did not have a good win rate at all against a deck that has Ixtali, has healing. Yeah, still able to do it.
Yeah, I think that bad win rate just comes from the sort of ladder build of Darkness, right? That has, like Withering Wail or potentially Withering Mist, has that little bit of a critical mass of healing. And then this version that's tailored a bit more for the tournament meta has more like board with the Yordle Captain, trying to account for a more mid-range style, just ends up opening up some cracks for the Darkness. Very beautifully played by Thomas for sure.
And that's it. No bracket reset. Once again, 3 weeks in a row where we go against tradition and we see instead just the victor at the top, winning it with still those 2 lives and not ever dropping a series. And that's going to be the case for Thomas as well. Definitely expect, I think, deserved win there as well. I think it was an extremely hard matchup. I thought after that game 1, I thought, oh, we have to go through all these motions, but at the end of the day, it's going to be obviously Pepsi winning the bracket reset and then the final tiers as well. But not the case. Somehow finds the lines to win it there in an unfavorable matchup in both of those matchups. And I think is definitely the deserved winner of this Fight Night tournament.
We've seen a lot of unfavored matchups really be flipped. Even like earlier, you said Extasio won in like a 16% chance, was able to find a win in that other matchup earlier. But with that all being said, we do have a winner's interview after the
I mean,
break.
it is winter. I think it's also a winter interview.
Yeah, so it is a winter interview. So our newly crowned winner, Thomas, will be able to share his thoughts about how he feels about the new format for Fight Night, what made him bring aggro, etc., etc. So stay tuned for that. And again, make sure you're following the new GiantSlayerTV Twitch channel.
And that will...
Hello, everyone, and welcome back to Fight Night Legends EU. Unfortunately, because there was no bracket reset, once again, if you thought that we'd be going a bit longer, you are mistaken. The tournament is over. The grand finals are concluded, and we're here with the winner. But, Panda?
We're going to check out the bracket really quick just to see, how we got to this, how Thomas ended up winning it all and kind of the path he took to do so. We see there very, very dominating start with the win against Ashirogi at the very start. Extasio brought some very nice lineup. I'm sure Thomas loves to play against his decks, and the band was especially interesting. But ended up with a 2-0 win there as well. 2-0 win against Teal'cos, and then what seemed like a very doomed grand finals, despite having that one life extra. Almost seemed as it wouldn't matter because the matchups were so skewed towards, the darkness and the Lee Sin, possibly with all the healing options, able to counter the Draven Rumble and the Spiders. Thomas didn't really care and was able to get a back-to-back win with both Spiders and Draven Rumble against that darkness deck in the grand finals and still win it in the end. So game breaker also, after his huge streak, didn't quite make it, lost to Extasio in the losers quarters. So overall, very interesting tournament, and I definitely love to see an aggro player come in and win it with Spiders and with Draven Rumble.
Yeah, it's always the great meta reset when things get too greedy, too value-oriented. Aggro comes through to reset it. And welcome in, Thomas, and congratulations on your big win. How you feeling?
Thank you. I'm super happy to be here again.
I'm going to start things off right away with a question that every Spiders player is asking. Why only 2 copies of Noxian Fervor? This is a card that I was saying as a joke on broadcast that I would put 10 copies of it if I had the chance to. It's a card that seems so important, not just at pushing damage, but at having kind of interactivity with things like Stali, for example. Why only 2 copies in your deck?
So I have so many games on the deck, and I always struggled with the consistency for the deck. And I just hated the games where you have so much burn in the starting hand. And I tried with without 3 fervors, and it didn't feel like it's needed in the deck. The consistency of the early game was just enough.
But you don't think the Brothers Bond, for example, adds a similar element of inconsistency where you draw at the wrong time? It feels like it's a completely dead card when you don't have a board and you need the burn instead. Where, I mean, there's some draws, of course, where Brothers Bond feel great, where you have to open attack and you have all this mana that you want to dump into something. But other times, for me at least, it feels very awkward drawing Brothers Bond kind of out of tune with what I'm doing at the moment.
So basically, Bond was there only for the expectation from me that people will play a lot of Pantheon. So my goal was to go really wide, don't have the 2 of Fervor, 2 of Demolitionist, so I don't kill my board. So my board is really wide, and thanks to that, the Brothers Bond is just better.
So innovating on the Spider formula a little bit, preparing for the metagame, good to see for sure. But I wanted to ask as well, what was the choice, the logic behind bringing Draven Rumble as your other aggro deck for the lineup? There is a lot of different aggressive ideas, and is Draven Rumble just, do you feel, the best right now, or just something you were personally comfortable on?
I brought it because I think it was, with Spiders, it was the strongest aggro deck before the meta shift. So because I expected a lot of Pantheon and Seviers, so I just brought 2 best aggro decks in my opinion, and I paired it with the Ahri because Ahri just destroys the Pantheon and Severe.
Talking about this new format we have for this tournament now and for the foreseeable future with Giant Slayer, with the Fight Night events, what is your opinion on the change? Do you like it? This is something that obviously we've had the 2-deck no ban format for the longest time. It's kind of the one thing that we did differently to most of the other tournaments. But now we are adopting the more traditional ride lock format with a ban. Is this something you prefer as a competitor?
I definitely prefer it because I feel it prepares me more for the seasonal. Plus, I think it motivates other players to play serious decks, because sometimes when you have only 2 decks without ban, you can just play like fun decks, and you don't take it as seriously if it's not the normal classic format.
I feel like this is a targeted attack on Extasio's lineup. I'm gonna take the moment here to say that when Extasio lost in the losers semi, he sent me a Twitter DM. And I told him that Ahmed was going to mention on stream. I don't care if he cares or not. I'm going to try and translate into English because he sent it in Spanish, of course. But he said, "Top 4, sorry about that. These these nerds are always banning my Targon Peak, and they're always bringing Ari Kennen. He literally said this. So I feel for him, I feel for him. Maybe not his exact usage of the nickname there, but yeah, Targon Peak even being banned. So I think, do you think it's a deck that you would consider surprisingly good, at least in his hands, from the results he's been able to post with it in the past?
I actually don't know much about him.
Uh-huh.
I mean, I was analyzing the players, like what they played. For me, it was a bit of a new player because I am not watching that scene.
And so I guess I wanted to ask, you brought aggro because you were anticipating a lot of Pantheon, a lot of mid-range stuff that you just wanted to beat down. And if the meta shifts again and goes back to maybe a lot of control, a lot of anti-aggro, would you then shift to a mid-range style? Or would you just try to also go back to control and just outplay?
Yeah, I'm always trying to do like the off meta in these tournaments. I think in seasonal it's a different story because there are so many players and you just want to have all around good decks. But I think when there's 8 players, it's a really good idea to scout and try to target the most play decks.
For one final question, is there also, you're going to be returning to Fight Night next week because of your win here, alongside Pepsi Cola. Is there anyone you want to shout out to bring into the mix for next week's tournament?
I guess I would shout out Aaron, a Swedish player that was playing in EU Masters that I am scrimming with. I think he's really good.
I like to shout out because I loved Aaron's performance in that Masters Europe tournament, but I also know he's a very devout Lee Sin player, so I don't like that part so much. But we'll hope he doesn't bring it. Enough Lee Sin for today with both Game Breaker and Pepsi.
But we got a ban now. They'll just ban.
That's true. That's true. Maybe it'll be banned. I think with Ari Kennen though, probably unlikely. I think that the ban magnet is too strong there. But thank you, Thomas, so much for giving us some insight into your plays and into your lineup for today. Congrats on the great win. Always love to see you performing at a great level, especially when you're bringing Spiders and Draven Rumble.
Yeah, thank you for having me.
And that will
All
be...
right, so that was our newly crowned winner, Thomas, who's maybe trying to start his own dynasty after taking over for Game Breaker here in the new year with the new format. For viewers who are watching on the wrong channel, we want to remind you once again, all of Giant Slayer's Riot programs have been consolidated into a new Twitch channel, GiantSlayerTV. So now you don't have to go to a bunch of different channels to watch your favorite games. You can watch them all here and also keep up with Fight Night NA, which has been moved to Monday.
And if you are looking at your address bar and it says Giant Slayer LoR, that is the wrong channel for the future. This is the first stream we've had the rebranding, so it's still going to be, as most of you are seeing it live on this channel. But if you are not on the channel that says GiantSlayerTV, that is the wrong channel. You have to go to this new channel. Make sure you follow it and make sure you're up to date, because at some point we're going to stop broadcasting on the old channel and only broadcast on the new. And you don't want to get lost in that sauce. You want to make sure you're on top of things and you're on the right stream at all times. No shout out for the Americas tournament though, because as we both know, it has now been moved to Monday, so it's not going to be happening today. It's going to be happening on Monday, still same time, 6 p.m. Eastern time and midnight time CET. But there is one more shout out, Scarzig, that I think we can make as two casters here from 2 different regions. There are currently some community awards ongoing. Nominations have been put forward by Genius Sensational on Twitter. If you want to vote for us, feel free to. I'm in the EMEA category and Scarzig is in the Americas category. If you enjoy our cast every week, make sure to go and participate in the forum, and a lot of different other categories you can vote for that I think are very fun and make it a very cool exercise for the community to just be able to highlight, the casters, the players, the deck builders, the tweeters they like the most. I think it's a very cool initiative and definitely cool to participate, I think, for all of you at home.
So with that all being said, thank you so much for joining us once again today, and we will see you next week. Have a good one.